Can't wait to listen to the logical arguments, Bev. Looking real forward to it.
Live stream 1. Okay.
I'ma just listen.
Well, this is mainly just another one of our live streams that we do. But this is going to be to hopefully formulate a new way to debate. I don't know. So we're not going round and people can obfuscate. This is a way to cut through all of the rubbish to formulate the arguments that will lead to debates, right? To help the debates go easier and the formulation of the debate. So we're over at Earth Awakenings. I don't know whether I can put it on the put a link into the YouTube. We get somebody to put a link on in the YouTube, so it's in the YouTube channel. Anybody needs a mod ship or whatever for. Let me just check with a bait. So we're over at. There you go. Right. Yeah, we're over at the Earth Awakenings. I've got we are definitely live. I'll get this invite server. So this is hopefully to try and showcase that we want more people to come and get involved in the conversation and all of that we have. This is a pretty good server that's been set up by Geo. It's fully boosted, so it's got top quality sound and the streaming abilities 1080p. We just want to be able to try and get people to use it a bit more. Oh shit, my Discord go down. Am I still here? No way. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Discord just updated and shut down then. Did I disappear at all? Or?
Yeah, a little. Yeah, it's like you bounced out for a second. It's like.
Okay, wait a minute. The live stream. Oh, what's going on now? See, Discord's shut down on the live stream. There you go. That's it. Back again. Right, so where was I? I was just trying to put a thing in. Oh, well done. Thank you, Emma. Right, so there's a link in the thing, and that's where we are tonight. We're normally at our Discord server, but we've come over here because we want to showcase this place that we've got. We have just had a pretty good debate with What's Up and McToon that I'll be putting out on Try Thinking. And yeah, we just want a bit more of that sort of stuff. So the idea is that this is going to be a team event where people can get together. Now, let's say at the beginning of the week, a statement's made. We didn't really come up with a statement, but you know, in the formulation of the logic, a statement is always the initial part. So an argument, for instance, I don't know, like the argument about level. I can't get away from it. Sorry. But, you know, for the simple idea that a statement is made, and then from that statement, you can formulate logic to either prove or disprove this statement. Now, it being a team event, the formulation of the logic is taken around the one statement, and you get a week to do it. This is the concept. 1 week to work out 3 propositions. If P, then Q. or maybe any other sort of form of logic. Maybe you want to try a black swan type argument, all somethings are something, and then we're going to prove, you put that up. But all it is it's just the formulation of the argument, right? The if P, then Q. You'll find out it's not as easy as it sounds. But then at the end of the week, people then come in to the teams will come in with 3 if P, then Q propositions. They would have to talk about the best one, and the other team can look at all 3 of them, and they obviously discuss the best one, but they get a chance to pick apart one of the other problems, right? If they can find the problems within the logic on the other team. So that's how it works. It's just about the formulation of the logic and the statements and how it works together. And hopefully at the end of it, we then find out a good logical statement that would then need to be proved within the debate. You could then go forward with that logical statement, and then you either prove or disprove that logical statement through modus tollens, modus ponens, reducto ad absurdum, whatever. But within the logical statement, that's the basic idea. Now, it might sound a little bit complicated because that's the way logic always sounds, but it's not really that complicated, the logic, once you get into it. What are your guys' ideas about that? Bit much.
I just jumped in, only heard the end of it.
Right, well, basically, you have an initial statement that you are then going away for a week in a team of people, and the idea is to come up with 3 logical statements, if P, then Q, propositions, premises, whatever, right, based around that one statement. Then you come together and discuss those statements. They're called logical arguments because this is what an argument actually is. It's a discussion of the propositions that go to form a logical statement, an argument. So rather than the heated debates, we should end up with a discussion about an argument that you end up being able to take into debate.
I agree with that. It's 100%, Bev.
So do you think you could get a team together? I mean, I know, like you guys and us, we could all play this game, definitely, right? Doesn't matter what side you're on. If you can formulate a logical argument, you can then modus ponens, modus tollens. You can flip it around. There's no side to a logical argument. There's only the truth and whether it is a well-formulated argument, which is what we're talking about. Do you think any of the Globers will be able to play this game with us?
Are they willing to listen is the question.
They have to. All they have to do is formulate a logical argument, right? This is a team sport. Because
yeah, but the thing is, Bev, a lot of them are not willing to listen. That's the tough part sometimes.
You don't have to listen to this. This is a logical argument. Like I say, we go away, we form a logical argument in teams. Then the other part of the presentation of the logical argument also comes into play. It's all there in a nice package. Now, they don't need to listen because it's not about the Globers or us. It's just about the formulation of the logic that can then be used 100%. By the people that are listening.
Yeah, I think I'll give you a little free consulting. I think as far as the teaming goes, you're gonna want like normies versus not normies. That's your best for teams. That way the categories are gonna be more. You can have more widespread categories.
Any teams.
Well, I was just thinking if you just put the topic
Yeah,
out there,
someone
yeah,
call
then
me,
let
man.
people form their own teams, right? If they want to.
Here's what I'm saying. No, I'm telling you, man.
No.
See the organic.
That's the point.
I got a phone
You
call.
come up.
I got a phone call right then.
You come up with an argument. That's the point. You come up with an argument that is based in logic. Now, what Beb means by that is that your argument has to start with if and has to contain a then. If
Yeah.
this, then that.
Let me say this real quick. I'll be
That's
right
it.
back. I just got a phone call. But Bev, you're for the organic and the consistency of it and the continuation, you're gonna need people to form like when people form teams, it doesn't need to be rapidly changing teams, right? So think about just having like you're gonna have your normal people and then you're gonna have your fucking nonconformist group. Like that hands down, period, needs to be your groups. I have a few more ideas on like, how you can entice people to be more active in battling and get to throw arguments on the table, but somebody just randomly called me. I'll be back in 5 minutes, bro.
Cool.
I agree with that to a point. Yeah, because
Well,
you got the one.
I just think people
Right.
are organically going to form that way, right?
Right.
And,
Yeah.
and even if they don't, like, it doesn't matter because you're gonna ideally you'd argue both sides of the issue anyways. You should be able to argue both sides of it. So, whoever wants to participate, whoever wants to form into teams, I think it should just be, organic and let people do what they want.
Yeah, that's the idea. This is a team sport. The team can be made from anywhere, right? But the idea would be at the end of it, the team that have made the logic need to then put 3 people forward. And those 3 people represent the 3 logical answers. So it'll be a 3v3. Now, the logical arguments have to be presented by the 3 people. Now, they don't need to be the 3 people that have made the logical arguments. It's a team sport. They could be the 3 people that are best at representing the logical argument. Brings rhetoric into it.
Yeah.
Although it would be difficult within a logical statement, but you could try. You could try and formulate a fallacy within a logical statement, see whether you can get it by the other team without them noticing.
I think that's quite an interesting idea, Bev, you got there. It really is.
It takes the heated debate out of it, right? It lets people
Yeah.
calm down and formulate an argument to to mean something.
I don't know about that, brother. I don't know about that.
Well,
No, it gives us different. It gives us a different avenue, right? Something new. People like new. Why do you think everybody's flocking over here?
Mhm.
People like some new things. They want to try something else out and see where it goes. So yeah, I think it's a great. It's a wait and see thing, though, right? But it's
Well, it
from face
depends.
value. It sounds
depends how well the initial statement goes, right? But I mean,
Right.
you could do this for instance, the 10 housekeeping questions, right? That have long been passed. They've gone, right? Nobody bothers with them anymore. Do you know why that is? Because they end a conversation. Well, that's what we're hoping to do
Unanswerable.
here. Yeah, we're trying to formulate the best arguments that can end a conversation, like definitive, within an argument. Now, this should be easy to do for both sides, right? Or well, actually, only one side will ever be able to do it any good, because the other one's going to have to make stuff up, aren't they? And that won't fly within logic.
dude. This is a great idea, Bev. I'm gonna give it to you right here.
I mean, first of all, something needs to be done for the same arguments and finality and all that. You're absolutely right. This I want to see if I can pinpoint your idea, Bev, like the new things. Basically, like introduce a little bit of fun, have like a what whatever, just like a time period, like a time lapse, basically, like a work period, then a play period. Is that kind of like the idea? Like everyone go work on it, then come together and play.
Yeah,
Like,
get a week.
right. So that's kind of like the new ingredient that you're talking about. Just the
That's too long.
Well, I
the
don't
huddle.
know. Like, wait a minute, because you could keep these going all the time, right? I mean, it's
but you
first
have to
off,
show-
you decide who are the teams who are going to go, right? Who's, but I mean, it doesn't have to be actually teams.
Lewis
Can I
has
be
a
on the
team.
team?
You don't have to pick teams or anything, right? You just have to get some
Who
people
wants to
together.
be on my team?
There you
But the
go.
thing is, you're saying you need two captains presenting a couple points each. You're going to have sides, but then everybody can argue from either side. But you do need to have two groups coming up with points. That was your initial idea. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
but then it could be up to the other people to set the initial statement, right? It doesn't. Those two teams that wanting to join this, because it's just based on logic, right? Simple.
I don't.
Then you could get somebody else to come up with the statement. Then the logic gets formulated around that statement. You just need a period of time. And I say a week because it takes that long for these things to settle in and sink in. We don't want to be rushing it.
It's like pushing it to the edge of like the challenge to get to say a statement that logically everybody would or should have to agree with, and then pushing them to the edge of radical, and still having the other team have to agree with it because it's still logically true, and then also trying to throw out things that you think like the other team would initially disagree with, but then have to end up agreeing with at the end, and then you know what I mean. You could like have showcase points or fun that way.
I've got one of those statements.
Who that?
That's Louis.
It's Lewis.
Hey, Louis.
Listen. So, increasingly, people are trying to work from home. Not everybody has a job where they can work from home, but you know who does? Moms.
Mm-hmm.
More sex.
Nice.
Okay, so more baby making is good.
Sweet.
Let's go back in a week.
In a marriage.
Do you think you could have a team there, Louis? Do you reckon you could get a team to join this?
Oh, I think he could.
Yeah. Imagine how strong that'd be.
You know who
Yeah.
doesn't need a team? Moms.
Mm-hmm. Who would you?
That's
Could
tough.
you take it over to Gem Pandas? Like, do you reckon we could have a Gem Panda crew to come and join the logic discussion?
He's gone.
Oh,
It was called. They used to be called jumpolines until your mom bounced on it.
Well, Bev, I see it as like a new series to, it kind of, it's like organizing, right? In a new avenue, like I was saying earlier.
Sure.
It kind of brings a little bit of entertainment to it as well. If you think about it.
absolutely.
I thought that's all we talking about was entertainment. Ain't that what you talking about, Bev?
Well, this is a really good server, right? We've got all of the tools that are available for people to come in from all walks, right? All sorts of people could come in. Now, the logic thing is open to everyone also. It's
You're
pretty
such
simple.
a tool, bro. God, you're so goofy.
What?
It's all love, man. It's all love. But
Yeah.
like what are you doing? Like you're just you're preaching the server, but then are you want it like? Don't you have a server?
Yeah?
I don't. Okay, so come on, put your no ulterior motives, man. Put your goal on the table. What you trying to make happen?
I'm trying to get more
What-
people in here.
Conversations about logic.
We just want to talk about logic.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I think the thing is, Geo's made this platform, right? And
Mhm.
we're not really using it for anything than just what we were doing at Brandon's or anywhere else, just hanging around talking. Like he's trying to get other
Just fucking
things to
around.
make content.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 3 different live streams going all the time. Like, why not have some different content to drive people to watch?
Who's the secretary? Who's the scheduling secretary? Okay, I'll host the show.
It's anyone. There's plenty of room here for everyone. Right? Okay.
I'm not being that. Someone else got to be that. I'm not gonna be it.
Well,
That's what I
okay.
know.
please don't be the negative ninny in all of this. We're trying to help people, right? This is the start of a new server.
We'd like to grow the server somehow.
I can host from like 2 to 6 every other Sunday, 6 to 10, something like that.
Well, nobody wants that. I came into the debate scene, whatever, thinking I was going to learn some things. And when you listen to certain debates and people argue, not really debates, but people arguing, you don't really get a whole lot out of it, except name calling on it. This is like a new way for people to actually learn something. I mean, for me, as far as logic goes, yeah, I mean, I would agree. Don't just come in here trying to rubbish things.
Add something constructive. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, that's the idea. We want to bring new people in, and we want to have somewhere where new people can feel comfortable to come in, where they can have some fun. Maybe learn something. Maybe learn a new way to talk to people.
Bev, you're a very active host. You should just get a schedule, man, and just be like, you're gonna be here then, man. The same way, like there's people, you know how there's people that don't even have much more active servers, but when they put the show on, when it's scheduled, that's when the people show up. So that's all you got to do, bro.
I do agree with that point. That kind of the first thing is, having the topic and delivering that's one thing, but just taking a time to actually have people do this formal discussion.
Right. And so when you have somebody
a regular thing
active in here, I've been active in here and gained respect, maybe not from everybody, but from plenty of people. You have somebody like me sit here and I'll be like, yo, I can host from this time. And the first thing somebody says to me is nobody wants it. That's fine. I don't know what the fuck you want. I'm saying I'll come hang out with you then, or you need to schedule shit and get people to host, bro. I don't know what else you're gonna do.
We're just discussing it. That's what we're doing here.
When
where
you
we
put
can
on the
go.
show, I like watching it, man. But sometimes when it's the same point over and over and over and over, we need to watch that or get a conclusion.
Perhaps not to offend you in any way, but in my opinion, who's gonna host the show is like the last question. Like it's literally doesn't really matter.
When is the show? Let's do that. When is it?
Anybody who's around at that time, that's it. So I think we should skip that question.
Yeah, he was offering it. Gio was just saying it's something. We're trying to get people to just schedule, like just do things, just be active, like present something.
Yes, that is what we're doing, right? We're discussing a new method now to do logic, right? To play about with logic, to bring people in, and to make a new debate thing. This is literally, it's brand new. I've never heard of it before. Definitely not around this. Definitely not around this area, right? Now, the show, as you call it, is already on at the minute. We are live on Try Thinking. There's not many people watching.
So everybody in the live and in here would know that like behavior needs to be rewarded to be motivated. So, it needs to be, like for real. I mean, straight up. Yeah. So you're gonna have to put the goals or the challenge out there. You're gonna have to say like the reward is getting to be on the mic, getting to put your point out there. Starting there or getting to be part of the group that shows up at a certain time. You know what I'm saying?
Here's a question.
Put out some fucking rewards or goals or something.
Right. Okay. So that's what I was just thinking right now. What if this were like a debate club? So if we have 20 fallacies or argument, that people can cause. So if one team is debating another team and the other team B, makes a fallacious argument, and Team A calls it out, that's a point. So you have an arbiter.
Don't want to do points. I mean, you don't want to be getting into the ELO system and worrying about your points. We've been there. It's not good.
Not to mention the administration for that. Now that really would require some attention.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Time.
Right. If you have a moderator, right? If someone wants to be a moderator, and they are responsible. Now, they're not going to tally up points that the teams don't call out. So, like, if Team A doesn't object to the argumentation because it's fallacious, then there's no point. So,
I get your idea.
You know what I mean?
Well, so I like to add a... Go ahead. My bad.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
No, I like to add a point in. I would say if you say 3 people, I would think it would be a little more entertaining if they were on camera as well. People like to see
No.
that type of action. No, I'm just
No.
saying. People like to
It's
see
not
that.
this. No,
People
this is
like to tune
don't.
into that.
No.
Whoever is fucking saying no is crazy
Yeah,
because
me.
that
I'm
right
saying
there,
no because you don't want to bring pictures into it. You don't want
Bev.
anything to cloud this. This is just the
You're
logical
fine,
argument.
Bev.
No,
You're
I'm
right.
saying like video on video.
Nobody's
I'm
gonna go on
demonstrating-
video, are they?
Listen, man.
Who
Logic
knows?
to get people to entertain themselves, not to have a logical debate show, but to draw people to the server,
Yeah.
right? Right.
Point is to have a logical debate.
Yeah, we're not discussing that, right? If you want to do a talent show, then you can discuss that at some other point. Please stick to the actual logical thing that we're talking about.
But I am.
No,
Listen.
you're not. You're talking about
Bev,
cameras.
you
I
gotta-
don't want to hear it. Please don't start doing this.
Give
I'm
me a
gonna
chance.
have to mute you. I don't want to have to do that.
You're gonna mute me. If you don't want to talk to me, I won't talk with you. I thought you wanted
Well,
to talk.
please don't talk then. We are doing a live show here about a discussion about a logic thing that we want to try and bring as a debate.
Well, isn't that logical
thank
to
you.
bring in? Isn't that logical to bring things to the table of a logic discussion that we're trying to have?
Don't
I
be
mean,
all.
why would you want to mute him for that?
Right, this is how it goes. Everybody's listening.
Oh,
in.
why would you
Hey,
for a
Bev,
logical
is there
argument?
going to be? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Travis. I was just saying, why would we need pictures of people for a logical argument?
Obviously, we do not. I do not agree with that either, by the way.
Okay, so Bev, is there going to be a time frame, like opening statements time and cross-examination time, or is it just going to be?
It's literally, you get a statement at the beginning of the week. You then have 1 week to formulate 3 logical arguments. If P, then Q, based around that one statement. Now, you can, as you know, with logic, you can come at it from multiple angles.
Yo, it's a really cool idea.
Then-
You know what it reminds me of? That reminds me of MasterChef. Like they get the secret ingredient, and then they have to go, right? You plan, and then you come back and you cook everything.
Mm-hmm.
So who's going to give us the topic?
I don't know, like we.
You
Then-
yourself.
Yeah. Then 3
Yourself.
people
That-
come
you know,
back
that's
with
the
the
basic
logical
idea.
arguments. You discuss those arguments. That is what is called an argument, where you discuss
Okay.
the logical
Well, what's the
statements
first-
from each side. And then also, right, I know Travis was saying that the fallacies have to be spotted, right? Well, that's where the audience come in, because once the 2 teams have got together and they've discussed the arguments, well, then after that, the audience can join in, and then the audience can get points, right? For if they spot something within one of the arguments that neither team did, then I mean that's the audience are winning.
Do you think this format will be able to get people to agree in unison?
There's no
at
agreeing.
a level than previous?
There's no need for agreement.
I think it is. I think that's to win the logical points. You have to have, you should be able to get. You shouldn't have a panel of people that can't come to agreement on the things, right? If it's 99, say 9 out of 10 people get it, and that last guy isn't agreeing, that last guy shouldn't be on your panel.
This
should be like
isn't to win or lose.
That could be fun. That could be fun. It could be like the Survivor Series, motherfucker. Like if you the odd man out and you can't fucking get in unison, and see, you could stand on your own. If you're right, you can stand 1 versus 9 until you hold on, man, until you convert the other 9. But somebody has to win, right?
No.
Right? Yeah. Then it's not logic. Then
What?
it's either true or
Oh,
false.
go do that.
Dude,
Yeah,
dude, I think we're done with that now, right?
Logic is true or
Just-
false. Bro.
Just leave the logicians to talk
see,
about
like,
it.
you
You
pick
go
on
and do
middle
whatever you want to do, mate.
You pick on middle
We'll have a
ground.
discussion without you, if you don't mind.
Oh, cool, bro.
Thanks. Right, so what do you reckon the idea of just talking about the logical argument? There is no win and lose in this.
you get a few people together and they come up with, 2 or 3 logical statements. You come back, you present them.
Three. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, maybe some people can't get 3 people, whatever. I mean, you get 3 logical statements, bring them to the table, read them. Oh my God.
Hopefully without getting interrupted.
And when you present them, the other panels or however you want to do it can break down if it's logical or fallacious. And then everybody learns from it.
Everybody learns that it's halfway logical or halfway fallacious.
Only one rule. Do not break the law of non-contradiction. That's it. You can't have a statement, if red is blue, then, because it doesn't work.
It's semantical usually, man.
No, that's
Taking
breaking
out
the
that
law of
element.
non-contradiction.
No.
That's what you need to do.
That's non-contradiction.
I'm saying some semantical arguments are where the people won't agree on obvious logics a lot sometimes in these arenas.
There's no such thing as a semantical argument. Semantics are the meanings of words. They will already be established before the logical statement is prepared.
Yeah, you should, if you can cultivate that arena where that truth that you're speaking actually manifests in reality, then you're going to rise above the other environments, because that's what real communicators, philosophers should be seeking. That's what they're seeking. It's that environment, but it doesn't happen everywhere.
Exactly. That's why we aim to help with this logical argument.
Yeah.
That's the idea. To hopefully help people make better arguments where people don't think there is such a thing as a semantical argument.
Well, that was the point I was trying to make about a panel of unison, because always that's where I see the disagreements, is people hung up on stuff that is semantical, where if they were just seeing mind to mind and understanding the definitions the way the person they were communicating with was, they'd be agreeing. Logic, I agree with your point that logic doesn't take semantics.
Just explain to me what semantics is.
Words.
Just words.
Ain't it?
No.
What?
Do you not know what semantics is?
No.
It's the meanings of words.
Okay.
The definitions and the meanings, yeah.
See, so that's what I mean. Like, we kind of disagree. You said no to me when I said words, but I understood it the same. You just added my definition. My definition was words, and your definition was meaning of words. And I would totally agree with you, but I didn't get you to agree with me when I said it the first time.
Would that what you would call a semantical argument?
Semantical miscommunication. Which happens in the arena when people are trying to argue sometimes or discuss. But you're pretty chill, man. But
I'm just trying to understand. Do you think there's a difference between the meaning of words and just words?
I'll be back, because you didn't want to talk to me 5 minutes ago. Now you want to talk.
Well, I think you were helping us prove something there, but I mean that was good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Time. He's actually fucking helping a lot to show what not to do. By the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Whew. But thank you very much, because
it's not easy.
Yeah.
Well, that's why a lot of people shy away from actual logic, because when you try to formulate your own logical, am I breaking up?
No.
Well, a lot of people have a misunderstanding about logic. Because when you actually get into it, you try to formulate your own logical statement. It's not as easy as it seems. I think this is a good idea to do that.
I'm looking in the other room now. There is only us here, right? Oh, Bendy. But they've all walked. They voted with their feet. They don't like this logic thing. They want teams and points and stuff. People don't
It
want
seems
it.
like they want to win.
Yeah, I don't think they want the logic, right? I don't know whether either it's too simple or it's something, but it seems to me that they don't want it at all.
Well, we did kind of delve into that earlier today. You don't want just your common folk being able to think logically. Could present a problem.
Well, I don't know. So, I mean, it looks like we're left here discussing it, and there's nobody wanting to join in with this logical formulation debate. Although they think it's a good idea, unless they may be going off onto doing their own teams or whatever. I don't know. Do you think that's what they're doing down there? Getting a new team? I was sort of thinking that Don Gio and all of those might want to come in with it. But, you know, I didn't want to start off with going against another team of flat earthers. Do you know what I mean? I wanted to hopefully try and see whether we could coax a globe team into it. But if the flat earth teams aren't going to want to join in, then the globe earth teams aren't going to want to join in either. And then it's going to seem like nobody wants the logic.
Me neither side.
Not even for the chance to go up against us in a debate. Interesting, right?
Very, very, very.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to come and have the argument right here, right now. But not want to come and join in the logical argument. I think it's... it must be frightening.
Well, we hear a lot of if-thens just in general chat. But not a lot of people minding formulation of their if-thens.
Let's see, this is where they go now. They're saying that we've taken over this server. Well, not
There's
they.
3 freaking rooms!
Yeah. It's Babs. He's just butthurt that we're here and we're in a server.
Come and join us for a chat, Babs.
Yeah, I do want new people to come in and talk. I really do. Because I think it's fascinating talking to people, but it seems like we've hit upon something that triggers just about everyone. Apart from the
it
people
triggers
that are in
me,
the
and
room.
I love the subject.
It's sad that nobody wants to come and join in. It's like they think we've got this game that we can win at or whatever, that they don't even want to come and play.
I want to know where they think I learned level is curved. I've been around surveying and geometry and math all my life. This first time I've ever heard it was here.
Yeah, me too. I've actually trained in it. Like no, at no time had I ever imagined. And one of the big things that hit me was when I heard verticals aren't parallel. It's like, no way. It's like, yeah. It's like, oh shit, yeah. They're model. Wow. That shouldn't be too hard to debunk, right? Somebody tells you that verticals aren't parallel. You go, oh, that's pretty easy. I put 2 plumb bobs at the end, one at each end of a level, and go, They're parallel, aren't they? Both at right angles to the level.
No, you gotta have 69 miles just to notice 1 degree.
But that's such a bad, fallacious argument.
Well, I know. Yes. Yes.
Obviously.
But that's where they go.
Yeah, I know. Like, but why nobody's interested in seeing that, you know, that basic logic? Because so when you actually do that, right, you put a plumb bob and then you put a level and you go, is that perpendicular? And then, yeah. And then you put 2 more plumb bobs, one at each end, and go, are they perpendicular? And the ballers will have to go, no. Forced into saying it. It's like on the basis of what? Basis of my model dictates. I've got a YouTube video from a guy from Maine.
That's what I was getting ready to say. The guy says in his video, plumb bobs or plumb lines not parallel.
Yeah.
Never shows plumb in his instrument.
Never shows a plumb bob.
Never shows a plumb bob, but plumb bobs are not parallel. It's like, that's about as fallacious as it gets. No need to watch the video.
Yeah.
Never shows a plumb bob in a video.
You get people like Toon. The water level from your feet to the horizon is horizontal. Is it? Yes, it is. Confirmed it more than once. Got on video. We've got him on video now, confirming this thing that he said on video. So we've got it confirming the confirmation. But it curves, apparently. It's the only way out. Bendizontal. What looks to be horizontal actually curves because my model dictates.
Any chance that you could get that last 5 minutes before he left and clip it out?
I will be doing, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Man, I can't wait to hear that one. I'm going to laugh again.
Not to take away from the actual debate that What's Up did. You know, that was the build-up. That wouldn't have occurred if that build-up hadn't have happened. Because he got him to confirm about the contradiction, right? He couldn't see it. Literal.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't missed the beginning.
Well, it would be an informative one, depending on whether you were willing to be informed about what you... I suppose you already know it, but I mean, like, I think What's Up did a good job.
Rob, I kind of owe you an apology, but I was freaking I had McToon set up to hang himself, and you were like trying to cut the rope. And I was like, wait a minute, stop! Don't cut the rope, man. I'm fixing to hang himself.
I know. I'm sorry. I know, and I'm sorry, and that's why I jumped out.
Yeah, it's not your fault. I was just making it really clear that I had him on the ropes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave.
They have to double speak, right? They can't, they have to add that little word and then avoid at all cost. At all cost, avoid that bottom-up obstruction can happen on a flat plane, because then they know that there's another way for it to be happening. He hates it, right? He hates it. Now, some of the others have already admitted, because honestly, it doesn't take away their globe, right? It's not flat, any type of proof. It's just another way, right? But it's the ones that won't admit it that are the deceivers. He knows that refraction does this, and this, but he didn't want to mention it because he would be admitting that it does it. It's deception, man. Full force, win at all costs.
We checked that out game as well. That happened today. That's the Flat Earth Clock app. that's just been launched, and can you see what's right underneath the instructions?
I can tell you, I've had that app for a while now, and I love it. I mean, I use it for my weather, but I also use it, for the videos mostly. But you can use it in many different ways. It's pretty cool, though. Either way,
Yeah.
it is a cool app.
It is cool. It's not proof of nothing. But I have it. I
Even
love
cooler now because it's got a link to the
Yep.
On the Level website.
Yes, sir.
Oh, really?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
look,
sir.
look in the live stream
That's
text.
cool.
It's there, right underneath the instructions on how to use the app.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the level. That's pretty cool. I like that.
So we might be bringing some new people in. That's why I want to make something that is available to everyone. Right? We want people to come and talk to us.
Why don't you follow in his lead and do some podcasts?
Well, I don't know what the podcast thing is, to be honest.
Well, you just go on their show instead of them coming here. You go on their show, but you can present it. You can record it and put it out. That's what he does. And you just go spend an hour with a group and tell them, levels horizontal. Just go through your spill, show them water levels.
Yeah, we can do that. We can formulate all of those little arguments and stuff, and we can get the demonstrations. I mean, that's what we're going to be doing from now on. Like we've already got the arguments. It's just refining everything and making better videos now. Hopefully,
but that's a way to get in front of lots of people. I mean, he's getting in front of thousands and thousands and thousands of people with his theories, and you can tell the podcast owners themselves are the ones that are turning, and going, wow, that's interesting, and looking into it more. So if it's reaching them, it's reaching a lot of people.
It's just to have that conversation without an ongoing battle that go round and round in circles and over things that we've already done. May as well start formulating logical arguments to make it definitive.
Tell you what, this is it's really a good idea in my opinion, because this gives a direction for any kind of conversation, right? Because there is a base, the base being the logical argument itself. Now, when someone would, just jump in and just deviate the topic, then he already lost the game. So that's why it's a good one. It's trying to focus the attention on a certain topic without deviation, without name callings and things like that. That's why I would do it anytime, by the way.
Yeah.
But seems like the other side just doesn't want to come. Oh, sorry, no, I'm wrong. Sean G is in the house.
Would they be able to? I'll see Meisty's in here as well. But good. I don't know whether they've heard it or wanting, they know about what it is that we're talking about. Or whether they'd like to join in anyway. But you'd imagine that if there's a way to end an ongoing circular argument, then it would be to formulate a definitive argument, to just end it, just stop it. Stops the ever going.
I like the idea of that. Sounds fantastic. Yeah.
But like I'd say, most people don't seem to like the idea of it. Most people have walked with their feet, left the place. Oh, it's filling up again. Yeah, the idea. Do you want to go over it again? Like, did you hear it all, or? We get the idea. Because I'd
we
like
get the idea.
to get it going, and because I'm going to talk to Seek Truth, Speak Truth, and Limey Play. Obviously, you know, all of the geniuses that we all know, and offer them the chance to do it also. Particularly, you know, I was thinking I was offer it to Seek Truth, Speak Truth, and his crew as an idea to see whether they'd want to join in and have a go at it. But I was thinking more of trying to get it to this server, right? Make it this thing that we could get people to come in, try and get a discussion going with all sorts of different people, because this does seem to be the meeting place for all different types of people with arguments that obviously, I mean, that's all everybody's ever been doing around here, is arguing with people, one side to the other, and keep going. Wouldn't this be the best place to find them?
Yeah, I'd say one side's presenting a lot for their case, whereas the other side's not presenting anything really, and it doesn't seem to be following natural or the law of scientific method. So, but it's yeah.
Did you ever make it any? Did you ever make it anywhere in that debate server you were in for 5 hours that one day?
No, they've put me in isolation. Seriously, we have arguments that trigger people.
I know.
And yeah, I think it'd be a good thing to hopefully. I mean, it doesn't have to always be, you know, our team against somebody else. I mean, this is a team sport, right? Anyone can try this, formulating logic. Just try it for yourself. It's not as easy as it seems. That's why it's got to be.
I don't even. Yeah, it's tough because I don't even know how logic works, really. I could do a couple P and Q things. I get it mixed up all the time. It's tough. You gotta. Is that where the saying "mind your P's and Q's" came from?
Well,
yeah.
I say so, yes. But
I thought it came from
all sorts of stories that, you know, that they've changed it. There's one story that says it's mind your pints and quarts.
Because when glass was rare and hard to make and shit, mind your pints and quarts.
You know, like the measures.
Yep.
And then
I thought it was because the glass, because people would have like bar fights and shit or something, and they didn't want to break the glass.
And then there's another one that says it's mind your pleases and thank yous. Well, that doesn't really fit either. The only place it fits is within the logical argument, right? If you mind your P's and Q's, then you end up with a logical argument that is not fallacious, right? It is a perfect argument because it's literally true. If you mind the antecedent and the consequent and you get those right, then you've got a good argument, or the basis of a good argument. It also requires the presentation of the argument.
If the premise is true. And if the premise is complete.
Well, you sound like you'd like to get in on this. Are you a logician? That does not sound the same as a magician. Do you reckon that's the sort of a magician's the opposite of a logician?
What's this perfect argument?
Might be, mightn't it? Well, I don't know. We're still looking for it. It's like Plato's argument. Yeah, always looking for the perfect argument. Never found it quite yet, but it's got to be out there. Maybe you could bring it.
Well, because
the theory of everything, right?
I just joined, and I thought you said that it's the perfect argument.
That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
If you can mind your P's and Q's and get a really good logical argument together, then That's the perfect argument, isn't it? Something that nobody can deny.
Yeah, irrefutable.
Mm-hmm. But that's what this, hopefully, we end up doing here. We end up starting a new sport of logic.
A new era in debates, logic.
Be a
But
good
the
way
thing
to go
is,
forward.
you can make a logical argument like P equals Q, but then you somewhere down the line have to
Sorry,
show.
did you just say P equals Q?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
No, go on. Let him go with it. Go on. I'll tell you a story in a bit. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, I want him to logic this one.
Yeah, let's hear something where P equals Q.
Should have been if. It should have been if. Equals Q.
Stop it, please. Let him.
Just let him. Just let him. Just let him. No problem.
Okay.
Carry
I
on.
will restate. If P then Q.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds
But
better.
somewhere down the line, you'll have to show something like not P, or show something like not Q. You have to show something in the real world.
Ooh,
Because
well,
otherwise you can't
Well, we
apply
said that.
any of it.
yeah,
That's
That's
what
where
I
the
was getting at.
problem arises.
That's what I was getting at before. Your P statement has to, in logic, has to be both true and complete, right?
Yeah,
So
we said that. The premise.
yes. So if you have a premise that
Yeah, so that therefore you're going to be in trouble there because the heliocentric model just falls down immediately.
well, no, not within the
oh my gosh,
formulation of the
right?
logic. Let's not
No,
get
sentence there.
let's not get stuck up here, right? In minding your P's and Q's, you would surely make sure that your premise is, logical, right? It's got to be
No.
realistic.
It has
Otherwise,
to be
you've
two
not.
things.
You've not.
Your premise has to be two things. It has to be true, and it has to be complete.
Yes, it's a logic. This is a logical argument thing. It's formulating logical arguments. You will be judged on it when you bring it.
Okay, so premise one has to, if it is true, that means that it comports with reality. If it's complete, that means that the entire premise can actually have a conclusion. The Q that you're using can be drawn from that and only that.
In the P.
So, for example, yes. So, for example, the reason that the black swan P and Q is not valid is because P is incomplete in the black swan argument, right? Is that because it assumes that the only
we are not discussing the black swan or QE's BS now. That we're not doing
Guys,
that.
one at a time. Hold on, guys. Hold on, RC. One at a time, please, guys.
Jeremy, I was trying to finish my sentence, and then Bev can talk.
Just go. Go.
Okay, so the reason that the black swan argument is incomplete is because, and therefore not valid, is because the P, the 1.22, like the height, is the only variable in how far you can see. We all know that to not be true. Therefore, it is incomplete. So it can't be used as a P.
Okay, is it a P? It's not, no, because the height comes in with the Q. So please keep out of this. You don't know what you're talking about, and we are definitely not talking about the black swan. We're just talking about people being able to formulate logic. Now, would you think that you would like to join in with that thing? Do you think you are able to join in with the formulating the logic statements?
I'm seeing if you are, because I'm seeing if you understand this idea that complete and true statement premises must be utilized in order to create formal logical statements.
Yeah, that'll be judged on at the end of the week when you bring what you bring, right? It will be judged by the other team and then by the audience. Like, not to be done
I'm here.
now. We are now discussing how we can bring it. Do you want to bring it? Do you think you would like to be the guinea pig? Would you like to get a team together and we can get somebody else to come up with a statement, and then we will go away for a week and we will formulate our P's and Q's, trying to mind our P's and Q's all the way, and then come back next week. Would you be up for that?
I prefer bringing evidence.
Right, okay. So you just...
That's a definite no.
Okay. Thank you.
Because evidence is open to interpretation, a sound logical argument is not. And that's the whole point.
As stated by him when he came in to correct Beth.
Mm-hmm. So what we would require is, first of all, you have the logical statement that states something, right? And that gives you a proof through logic. Then you find the evidence to support that proof. Then you can put the two together and go, here's the logical argument, here is the evidence to support this logical proof. That's the idea. But we're not talking about the evidence. This has got nothing to do with the evidence or pictures or anything. Not people's faces, not little dances that they do. Just the logical arguments to bring. That's all this is about. There's no need. There's no need for a discussion about the logic or an argument now about that. We're just on about. Do you think you are capable of doing that and coming with us? If you're not, then we don't need you as a judge right now to be involved in this conversation. It's not needed.
I'm pointing out a flaw in how you're going about this. It's you don't first bring the logical argument, then you find the evidence. It's you find the observations and evidence, and then you put together the logical argument.
Watch us. What do you mean? You're going to watch us. You're going to visually watch us do that. What do you mean that's not the way we're going to do it?
Because if you're going to build a premise, Rakia or Bev, you have to make sure that that premise is true and complete. You cannot ensure that a premise is true and complete without making observations or gathering evidence. So that's why I'm telling you have it backwards.
No, the logical argument does not need evidence to be formulated as a logical argument. You are missing out on the whole point of this. But
Bev, I'm telling you that's
I
not
need to
how
go to the
logic
toilet.
works.
If anybody needs to ask, who is
If
it?
I said A equals A, would I need evidence? If I said A equals A, do I need evidence for that? Or is that sounds just in the logic that it is?
You have to tell me what A is.
No, I don't. A is anything. Anything will equal itself. Do you not agree with that statement?
Unicorn equals unicorn doesn't make unicorns real.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying before we can discuss a unicorn, we have to agree that a unicorn's not a bird. And the only way a unicorn isn't a bird is if a unicorn's a unicorn. Do you agree?
Yeah, sure, but that's not logic.
And there you go. But it is.
That's not logic yet.
It is logic.
No, that's not logic yet. Now, if you want to start building premises on the unicorn,
we just did.
Then you have
we just did.
Stop. If you want to build premises about that unicorn, okay, make any type of cue based on
what
that.
Unicorn?
Then you have to.
What unicorn?
Then you have to stop. Then you
what
have
unicorn?
to show it.
What unicorn?
Exactly.
Before you can exactly. Before you discuss, before you can go out there and find something, right? Before you can say we're going out to find something, you have to go, what are we looking for? And if you're trying to start with what you're looking for, then you've already started, right? You can't. You're trying to put the cart before the horse.
You're just completely wrong.
Okay. Well, the problem is that when you're going,
logic rule number one. Your premises must be true and complete. Anytime I've only taken 3 or 4 logic classes in my life, right?
Okay, and how do you determine truth?
And every one of them starts with the idea that every premise must be true and complete.
What grade did you make?
Therefore, the heliocentric model falls down immediately because the heliocentric model isn't full and complete.
Before you can say something is true, you must start with the logical statement that true equals true and false equals false.
No, you must start with the thing exists.
Well, okay, so you're going out there with you don't know what true is, you don't know what false is, but you're going to go out there and say what's true and false.
Okay,
that's crazy,
I'm back now. I don't want this to turn into a full-blown argument when R.C. Meisty obviously hasn't got a fucking clue what he's talking about.
Bev,
just keeping it warm
R.C.,
for you,
please.
Bev.
Please.
What I'm telling you, Bev, is that you just simply have
Right,
you have
actually,
simply no.
I'm just gonna mute you, RC, because I can't be arsed listening to that. We initially started this because somebody who was I don't know who was the one that was talking
Jen, do you
before
have Bev on
RC.
mute? Hold on a second. Jen, do you have Bev on mute?
Probably.
I just love this.
Jen, he's got us all on mute. Jen, Jen, can you hear me?
No, I don't.
All right.
Well, then how'd you respond?
Yeah. Okay, so somebody said at the beginning of this, now I can't remember who it was, that RC Meisty had to jump into.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Holy shit, Jen. What are you listening to the YouTube feed and then talking on Discord, bro? You can't do that.
Right, okay, so somebody said at the beginning of this, P equals Q. Who was that? I know you changed it, but it was somebody who initially said P equals Q. It's all right. It was recorded.
It was a misspeak. Yeah.
Okay.
It
Was
was
that
a
you,
language
Gummy?
error.
Yeah. Because the moment I heard it, I've only ever heard that once before. Right? Fight the flat Earth. Because I can remember we all sent it. It was about the time that Black Swan was coming, and all the Globers were attempting to try their logic and fight the flat Earth. Put it out in P equals Q. But that is a statement that P is Q, which is a ridiculous logical idea. So, like, we get the premise, right? Logic, it's a lot more complicated than you think. But what you basically say is, if something, then something else will happen, right? It's if the premise, then something is a consequent of that initial premise. So if you can get the P correct and the Q correct, so if, like, for instance, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Right? Now, that's it. That's all we will be required to bring to the argument, right? That's it. Nobody's asking for anything else other than the if P, then Q. That's all we ask for within this particular argument that we're going to be bringing. Now, from people coming back with 3 if P, then Qs, we can then have the discussion about it within the teams. The teams will bring the if P, then Q, right? 3 of them. And they will be able to formulate that if P, then Q. And they'll be able to either use the inverse, the converse, or the contrapositive. Now, that might seem a little bit tricky, but it will become easier, right? Because basically what you're saying is, you're saying if P, then Q, then you're going, oh, yes, Q. Right? So if P, then Q, and you can go, yes, Q, then that means P is true, right? Because it works back that way. That one's, you call that modus ponens. Then the other one is, if P, then Q, and you go, definitely not Q, then you can say, well, then, not P. That's what we call a modus tollens. But these are the things that...
I would say that the magnetic North Pole is P, because that's the only thing that's true. Every time you move and deviate, but continue looking at the magnetic North Pole, the South Pole changes, and there's it's arbitrary. There's no east and there's no west, because every time you move, the only bendy line on a flat Earth is the latitude line. And if you're standing in one position looking at the magnetic North Pole with your arms out and you draw lines and then you move, those vectors are going to change. The only truth is the magnetic North Pole.
Right. We are talking about logic. I don't know whether you've come in a little bit late or anything, but we're just
No, I've
talking
been
about
listening.
the if P
Yeah.
then Q. Was that some sort of an attempt at a if P then Q statement?
Yeah. It's kind of like if P,
It was a little
then
bit.
it does,
It's a little bit
P does not.
long-winded. I don't think, and I don't
Well, so
actually
P,
think I heard a then in there. I heard the if at the beginning, and then a load of ands and something about truth, but it didn't sound like a logical formulation. But wait a minute, before we can carry on, because I wasn't quite finished with what I was saying. Right, just trying to help Jeremy in the formulation of the if P then Q. Right, you can have all sorts of different ways of formulating that if P then Q to come up with an argument that works, right?
If North Pole, then so P doesn't equal Q, because if North Pole, then South Pole.
Yeah, that's also a pretty bad if P then Q, right?
Exactly, because that's the opposite, isn't it?
Thank
If
you very
P,
much.
then-
I mean, you could sit here all day doing shit logic, couldn't you? You could do that. If North Pole, then brown bear.
Then, and you've got to have R for that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's like that. Yeah, it's a good example of something that a somebody who doesn't know logic might bring. I mean, like if you're willing to get a team together and attempt this, then that'd be great.
I'll give you one that's related to yours.
No. We don't want you to come up with a logical argument now. Don't shoot your load too soon. Save it for the team event. Like we will. Somebody else. I know. Somebody else will sort the statement, right? That will be done by somebody else, and then it's up to us to go back and form the logical arguments based around that statement.
I'm getting lost in your theory. Give us an example, one that you don't mind giving away now.
Okay, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, are you okay with that as an initial antecedent? Can you imagine the Earth being spherical? Yeah?
That's not a good example.
What, can you not imagine it? That's
Well,
what we're doing. We're just dealing in logic, right?
Yeah, no, I understand that. But when you're describing the idea of P
voice?
is
I
in
mean,
Q,
who is that? Carlos, you over at Sean's.
You're the only one allowed to talk?
Well, he was the one that was asking us, right, to give me a thing. And then I've said, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, and now you've got problems with it. I mean, I can understand why you, Sean, might have problems with the Earth being a spherical object.
No, you said if Earth is a sphere, P.
It said if the Earth is a spherical object,
that's not a good example of P. If P, then Q.
No, because I hadn't even got to the Q part, had I?
You just said it. Can you? Well, what is the whole?
He was asking. He was asking if you could imagine it being the P.
Mm-hmm.
Not if P then Q is imagining. He's just talking about the P so far.
Yeah. Can you imagine the Earth being a spherical object? And then we'll check that is that a good P, right? And if that's the antecedent to the logical argument, if the Earth is a spherical object, P. Just checking with you. Do you think that's okay?
So far, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, right. Then, here comes the then. The surface of liquid water must curve. Q.
Like that. I like that. Absolutely.
So that would be like the antecedent is the Earth being a spherical object, and the consequent of the Earth being a spherical object is that the surface of liquid water must curve. Would you agree on those two? If P, then Q, because that's the simplest one I can think of. There's got to be others.
I think they're going to nitpick. They're going to nitpick over if it's moving, if it's at rest.
But
I'd like to add around a ball, right? It must curve entirely around a ball.
Well, I wouldn't say it doesn't have to say that. It's just you've already done that as the premise. If the Earth is a spherical object.
Well, because they could say if you're shooting water through a hose, the water is curved.
Well, yeah, but you could then say the surface of liquid water at rest must curve.
There we go.
Yeah,
there we go. That's better. That's good. Perfect.
Add the at rest in there. See, now
in that, you're saying that that's like the first premise of it, right? Not the whole argument, right?
That's just the
if P. I'm on your team.
That's just if P then Q, right? Yeah. That's it. But that's all you would be required to bring to the argument, right? Just that. Now, those sort of if P then Qs, surely they're not that hard to find, right? Just the imagination of if this, then this. But you've got to base that statement around a statement that you are given, right? So an initial statement within logic must be given, and it can either be true or false, but it cannot be both true and false, right? So that's the law of non-contradiction dealt with. You can only have a yes or no answer to the statement. You then build the if P then Q statement around that initial statement, and what you come up with at the end is like a truth thing, right? Is the proposition true or is it not? Now, you can use the if P then Q with logic, like mathematics. You can turn it around. You can negate both sides of it to check whether it formulates well or not. But the whole idea is to get the actual arguments, if P then Qs, sort of around a table. Then we can all discuss them. I mean, all of us.
I see. So what you're saying is the P and Q would be the basis of a debate, basis of a side.
Well, afterwards, right?
You saw how it just worked? Like, I had a problem with it, you had a problem with it, then we adjusted and we fixed the problems.
That's it. That was a logical argument that you just had there, and you formulated better logic at the end of it. There was a positive gain for both of you when that happened. But that's what we're doing, right? The idea would just to be to bring those arguments to the table and you clear up all the problems. And then at the end of that, there will be arguments sat there that people will be able to go, I could use that. I could pick that argument up and take it away with me. Work on it. That's the idea of this thing. It's not... the idea isn't to win or lose. It's to help people formulate better arguments, and which can only help in a setting like this where we're all discussing things and trying to get clarity out of each other. This just helps, I think.
Great idea, as long as we don't all get pushed. Be a good idea.
Oh, this is a great idea, Bev. I'm on your team.
This team's been assembled for like a year now.
No, I'm switching to RC's team. He's taken 3 logical courses and written so many things he could cut fingernails. I'm gonna be on RC's team. We're gonna kill y'all.
It'll help to have, like, a strong person or strong people on both teams. You don't want to put all the best players on one team, Right,
I'm gonna unmute RC Meisty, but before I do, RC, please, just try and keep it civil. Don't get triggered by it. It's just basic logic. You don't have to be the best at everything. It's all right.
Bev, nobody's triggered. I don't even have a mute button. I don't know how I could be triggered. But the point is, Bev, if you don't have true and complete premises, you can't do logic.
Yep. And therefore,
Well, RC, how did you feel about the one that he just formed with the, if Earth is a sphere, then water at rest must be curving? Did you like that? Was that, is that
Is
good
there
for you?
something missing from there?
Yeah, you like that one or what?
Sure.
Nice.
RC, let me qualify myself to be on your team. So I came up with one. If P, so if triggered P, then RC, Q.
That was really bad.
That was bad. Maybe he's not going to want to. He might not want to.
Rakia, here, let me try one.
Works for me, Dave.
Here, let me try. Hey, if Rakia gets this, hey, Rakia, since you got one, I get one.
Okay, go ahead.
If Rakia can make a funny joke, then he'll be a good mod. He did not make a funny joke, and he sucks at modding.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, people laugh, so define funny.
No, nobody laughed. In fact, the first thing that someone said was,
I was on mute, so I couldn't actually laugh.
Yeah, Raki has always done some funny jokes, and we are laughing all the time, man. You should think some of the conversations we have.
Well, Jeremy was laughing.
I was laughing on the inside.
And I gotta say, I was laughing at him as well. So.
See, lots of laughter.
I stand corrected.
Okay, I'm on the team, the RC team.
No, absolutely not. Bev doesn't even agree to basically what a premise is. So, no, I'm not going to fool with his thought of what a logic.
Should we work on the word premise then?
Hang on, RC said Bev doesn't even know what a premise is, but then RC has said that Bev's P and Q argument was okay. So make up your mind, RC.
Maybe I don't want to be on RC's team.
I said sure. As in
when asked if it was good.
So are you saying it's not good then? Maybe you should be a little more clear.
Yeah, sure. Let me be real clear. If you want to prove whether Earth's a sphere or not, then you need to measure the thing.
Well,
here we go.
That's not saying anything about.
That's precisely what we're doing.
Could I give a go at it?
Hang on, let him clear up about Bev's statement first.
Oh, okay.
5 things.
Come on, RC.
What would you like me to clear up?
Well, whether you think it was a good statement or not.
No, it's a bad statement.
Well, why was it a bad statement?
Because if you want to see if the Earth is a sphere, then you need to.
No. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the statement.
Yes.
Not the outcome. Not the outcome of the statement.
If Earth is a sphere,
not the outcome of the statement. The statement alone.
You have to establish your premise. Then you can.
Stop waffling bullshit.
No, nobody's waffling bullshit.
We're talking about.
I'm teaching you how to do formal logic in a debate.
Didn't he establish his premise? Isn't his P and his Q his premise? And if you have a problem with the premise, logically.
No, if you have a problem with the premise, you need to actually show that your premise is true so that no one then can question your premise.
Well, wait a minute. The initial statement that I base that
is a question.
No, it is. It's a statement. The Earth is a sphere. Right? So
therefore,
well, then I can go, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, with the big capital letters, right? It has to curve. There is no other way of doing it. And plus, bring in the geometrical argument of curve, must curve. It's a definitive, right?
You have to define curve.
Yeah.
Great.
If you wanted to do, you're saying you've got to define curve as in not straight. Would that be a good definition of curve?
See why it's really important that you both ensure that your premises are true and complete.
See, that's where we were going earlier. Semantics, right? Curve
already
has its semantics. There's no need for us to discuss that.
Nope.
Everybody knows what a curve is.
Hold on, I got one. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 p, then there will be, 8 inches per mile drop from horizontal squared. Or whatever, you know what it is.
Hey, that sounds good, Jeremy. Yeah.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
Jeremy,
that sounds
this
good.
is the exact
You can
problem.
be on RC.
Yeah, that's good.
This is
Jeremy's
the
on
exact
RC.
problem. This is the exact problem with you guys trying to do logic with this type of stuff, is because you can't
that not good?
actually.
Yeah, that was dead good, that, Jeremy.
No, it's
RC's going to tell you it's
horrible.
wrong. but I
Hey,
mean,
he got to cut in. I wanted to give it
Yeah.
a go.
go on.
No, it's horrible.
Yeah, I thought
Why was it horrible? What the fuck, Brockya?
I don't like you very much, sir. No, can we get RC the most qualified person in the room? Like, I don't know why we get away from the qualified. Can we get RC to reconstruct Bev's if P then Q to be the best it can be? Go ahead, RC.
Well, wasn't the whole point that you put two people against each other or two teams against each other? So why would I construct Bev's argument for him?
Well, I don't think we're going to. This was just one that was given.
Yeah,
so we could talk about it.
This one, I will not bring this one up, right?
Yeah, we're not
I've
using this
already
one. This
done
is
this
trigger.
one. I've been doing this for years, right? This is my argument, right?
So please reconstruct it.
And you already said you weren't going to do it.
Or
so-
dismantle it, right? Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure.
Yeah, go
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
Go on then.
Yeah, if the Earth is a sphere, then number one, how did you measure that Earth's a sphere, and how are you defining that, right? And secondly,
Wait a minute. That's got to be a bad
Hey,
cue.
you want me to respond? Then shut your
You've
mouth.
definitely not
Sit down and
minded your
respond.
P's and Q's. Yeah, that
All right,
was
so,
terrible.
all right,
One and
guys
two
don't
is
actually
not
want me to respond.
Is this a logical syllogism?
Hey, have
Elsie?
fun. Have fun. While we're
I got
in
one.
your shit right now.
I got one. I got one. Let me go.
Thanks for
If-
playing, RC.
If plumb lines are not.
He's gone.
Oh, go on.
Oh man.
Go
If
on
plumb
anyway,
lines-
Buster. Go.
Okay. If plumb lines are not parallel, then you must use a plumb bob to show that. No one has used a plumb bob to show that. Therefore, plumb lines are parallel.
Like it.
That's actually horrible.
No, that's a
I
good
think.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, there's
That was
another
pretty good.
RC team member right there.
Yeah.
No, I like that plumb bob one.
Who is that, Mole Man?
That was
yeah.
oh, moment.
Let's have a few minutes.
I had a go at it. Nobody else is formulating.
Yeah, that was
I mean,
good.
a couple people.
We could work on it.
I'll
Buster.
formulate
Yeah. Fair
Give-
enough.
Give us a week.
Put one.
We'll
Can
come
I
up with a
put one
polished one of
I
that.
got one. Put one up.
Go on.
Okay, here we go. If the sun is visible in the North Pole for 24 hours for 4 months, then it stands to logic that it should happen in the South Pole. Finish. That's it.
You're on RC's team with that one.
Yeah, I don't think you can use logic.
Yeah,
It stands to logic within a Q statement. I don't think
It's
that
me, you, and
fits.
RC so far.
So far, can I say something?
Okay. Well, okay, it stands to
I want to
reason.
know.
It stands to
I want.
reason.
I want to know what the problem with Bev's argument is.
No, I'll see.
If the Earth is a sphere, then all standing water must curve.
You know, you have to. You
Who's
can't
measured
say
that
sphere.
curve?
Can't say sphere because that's
That
not right. You
was
have
said
to put
before.
spherical object.
But if the Earth is a spherical object,
Yep. Physicalize it.
then all standing water must curve.
That sounds good.
Fuck.
Where in
That
P,
sounds
P-
logical.
where in P do you include that it has water on it?
Pardon?
Pardon?
Where in P do you include that it has water on it?
T.
Maybe I don't.
If the Earth
When you say
is
when
a
you say
spherical
Earth,
object.
Yeah.
when
the
you say
Earth.
when you say Earth, I see
includes
Earth.
everything.
I don't see water. I just see Earth, as in dirt.
When you look at Earth, you only
He
see.
went with Big E. With Big
You don't
E.
see no water on
He went
Earth?
With Big E.
The.
So how do you include that?
I say the. The. How many of those do you have? Do you have? How
I
many
have
these?
the Earth tile outside my house. That's what I think of. the Earth tile.
You call
the tile
that Earth the Earth. You're only Earth. That's great. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so you don't
Well,
have any
we
others.
can ask. But Bev, what is the Earth? Do you?
Pardon?
All right,
Do you
so
have an
should,
what
should
would you
we
say Earth?
if the Earth we live on is a spherical object?
Ooh.
There we
But
go.
yeah,
Get
you can
specific.
obfuscate, yeah, but
We know it's got
Earth
water on it.
kinda
All right, I've refined it
perfectly
a little
fine, by the
bit.
way.
We're just being stupid, though. I mean, we know Earth has water on it. Come on.
I'm clearly being.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
What's the word?
Pedantic.
I
Joking
have
around.
no.
Yeah.
I have no.
I think I got one. Can I go? All right. If down equals down and plumb bobs point down, then plumb bobs can't point any direction but down.
Wait.
We could do
That's all
better
RC,
than that.
all
We could
RC
definitely
material.
do
RC
better than that.
material.
I've refined mine just a touch. If plumb lines are not parallel, then you must use a plumb bob to establish that. Plumb bobs have not been used to establish that they are not parallel. Therefore, it hasn't been proven that they are.
Yeah.
So write that down. Write that down and DM it to me.
That's
I'm gonna
not
use
good.
that shit. I'm not even joking. I'm gonna use that one.
Well, yeah.
Hey,
I mean,
at what point
Nobody
in time
used-
should we tell Buster that plumb lines are a hoax?
Listen, if
Nobody
you have
used the plumb bob to prove that plumb lines aren't parallel.
we might have to throw calibrated plumb bobs in there.
You just hang it and
Calibrated
make sure
problem.
something.
Yeah, that's good.
No, you need to use helium bulbs. Helium bulbs point up.
well, see, that could be a statement, right? A statement that both teams would be happy with, right? Is horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? That everyone has to admit with that has a true statement or a false
100%.
statement, right? It can only be one or the other, right? It's a definite answer, right? So that could be a good statement to bring, for the discussion of the things. Now, because we both know that these exist in reality, there is a multitude of if P then Q surrounding that.
There are millions.
Bev, I don't know if the Globers would actually agree to that because they say that plumb lines deviate when you start getting near mountains and shit.
Well,
So the thing is,
so they should be able to bring a logical argument.
That's part of my P's and Q's. A plumb bob has not been used to show that.
Yeah.
Therefore,
I'm supporting you,
say-
Buster. I'm trying to.
I know. Therefore, wait.
What about
Therefore, you cannot
this one,
say
guys? What about
plumb
this
lines
one?
are not parallel.
But if something hasn't been shown, it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
This isn't about the showing.
What about this one? What about this one, guys? If the Earth is, what about this one? If the Earth is an oblate spheroid with curvature, then we should be able to measure that curvature. Curvature hasn't been measured anywhere on this supposed oblate spheroid, therefore,
That's
it's not an oblate spheroid.
almost perfect, by the way.
Yeah, but we don't want to formulate the end bit.
It's also begging the question. I can say, if the Earth, if a place on Earth has temperature, it has to have been measured. It hasn't been measured, therefore there is no temperature in that location.
Right.
So it's begging the question.
Wait a minute, before we go any further, right? What you are doing is the end formulation to the P, if P then Q. We don't want that because then these arguments start. We're not after that. We are literally after the if P then Q. If we can get that sorted, if we can mind our P's and Q's, then you can use that argument to take into a debate, right? Now, it's no good making the logic up and then making the debate up after as well. Like doing it, it's sort of killing the idea.
People are doing it, so I
Can
just pointed out that it's not good.
Can I rephrase June's version, like quickly? No, so if the Earth is a physical spherical, oblique spherical object, then the radius must be measured, or must be measurable. That's even better.
Measurable in more than one place as well, because you have to measure more than one radius.
It's
If
the
you're
method
saying it's
for
oblate,
the basic claim. The basic claim stands on its own.
Yeah.
Measurable doesn't mean the method. I'm just claiming measurable.
Yeah, if the Earth is a spherical object, then it has to have a radius.
No, I don't care about if it has. I'm caring about the measuring of it. That's why I phrased it that way.
Well, if if the Earth is a spherical object, then the divergence of plumb lines has to be measurable.
brilliant.
Maybe that.
That's it.
That's good. That's finally good.
That's
Thank
it.
you. That's good.
That's all we need. A few of those, right? We just
Well, then that
if this,
follows.
then that.
Then mine follows that one. If you say if plumb lines are not parallel, then you must use a plumb bob to establish that.
Yeah, that
Well, if
would
you
have
can-
to be
if you can
measurable
measure-
through the plumb bobs, right?
Right. You're
Or
going to
is
say
there,
plumb
is there
lines.
another
yeah.
way?
Yeah, I would just say verticals maybe, but you can use plumb lines too. Sure.
I think it's good, right? It's good because it brings up another question, right? Is it a must that the plumb bobs must be used
Well, if you
in order
if you
to measure
say
the deviance of the vertical?
if you say plumb lines are not parallel, it would stand to reason that you would have to use a plumb bob to establish that. I mean, how else do you?
Well, I think the Globers can answer that. I don't want to give too much away, but intersecting
Well,
horizontals.
then it would be if down isn't an objective direction, then Q plumb bobs aren't necessarily parallel.
Either
There you go.
way,
If
when
P
you
then
say
Q.
something like if then Q, when you claim something like necessarily, then that's two
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, that's makes it inductive, and we're not after that. That's bad.
Yeah.
We
Also,
want
if
deductive logic, perfect.
It's
if plumb
almost good,
lines,
but not yet.
if plumb lines are parallel, then they should be measurable to be parallel.
Should you've
That
put
would
should?
be the other way.
We don't like shoulds in there. Try and keep those out next time if you want to
Okay,
be getting a team
plumb
together.
lines, if plumb lines are parallel, then those would be measurable.
Yeah. Absolutely. Everyone would be measuring it. You would expect
with a plumb
every
bob.
surveyor to have done it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, with a plumb bob, and I think no one's done it with a plumb
Well, however.
Yeah, what tool do they use to measure the?
Oh no, let's not do that because I mean I do have a video coming up, particularly about the guy from Maine.
All right, ignore me. I just like to add stupid comments.
So I mean, if we wanted to go for that, I mean that's why I was saying horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? That's a pretty valid statement to base everything on. Like it's a geometric fact from reality. So we could base all of these things around that, couldn't you? I mean, like you guys could bring some, no doubt, three.
I got
if
another.
P, then Q's.
I've got another as well. I've got another one as well.
I want. Let me go first. Let me go first.
Yeah, go
Don't
on.
be giving all of our tricks away, right, guys? We're giving it all them.
Doesn't matter.
If all horizontals are parallel, and horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, all verticals are parallel.
Well, that'd be based on foundation of pure logic, right? That's in the book.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's what we're talking about, is logic argument, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I could also say if no plumb or no vertical is parallel and all verticals are perpendicular to why can I not say that, Jin?
Because vertical is always vertical, isn't it not?
Oh, let him get it out. let Gummy Bear have his turn.
Okay, go ahead.
If no plumb, like that, sorry, again, I said the wrong thing. If all verticals are not parallel and all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, P, then no, I'm making up words a lot, sorry, but then no horizontal is parallel.
Do you know why it was easy to get my logical statement out? Do you know why it was easy to get my logical statement out?
Because
And
English is
yours
your
was
first
difficult,
language and mine isn't.
No, I don't
Because you're
think you can.
bullshitting.
No,
Because
yeah, I
his
think you're
because his
bullshitting.
statement is
English isn't
logical
Rob's
and yours
first
is
language.
not.
Rob's first language is Canadian.
Hey, we're taking turns with logic.
What part of my logic was not logical? Tell me
Because it's
this.
bullshit. You're trying to
No,
present
no,
bullshit.
No, I'm asking about
No,
the
no,
logic.
the part that didn't make any logical sense. Because
Which
you said
part?
you messed up. The part you said you messed up. The We P don't wanna part get was into already that.
messed up, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to get into the actual what happens, right? Because you're not in one team and he's not in another team, and we've not brought the arguments together. We've not discussed those arguments, and then we've not opened it up to everybody to to discuss them. And we
Well, what about
definitely
this
don't
one
want
then,
it to
guys?
sound bad.
Okay, what about this one? If the Earth is an oblate spheroid, I will be upside down in Australia.
I don't think that
if I
works.
have-
I wouldn't accept that.
How about this one? How about this one? If I have clouds above,
Come on.
How about this one? How about this one? If the Earth is a pear-shaped object, there should not be spherical pictures of it.
Should. It's a bit bad. We try and keep the should out of it.
okay, if
Yeah,
I have
mine just
clouds,
sees and cute.
I have clouds above my
The
head. Then I
pictures.
have clouds,
Oh, sorry.
if I have clouds above my head, then I have clouds below my feet.
You'd have to see. You'd have to see how well the opposing team
if I-
pick it apart.
If I have clouds over my head, P, then I never have clouds under my feet, Q.
That's
If I only
incorrect.
have clouds
That's a
over my
non
head, that's
sequitur.
how it.
Yeah. I only have
That's how it
clouds
should
under my
sound.
feet. If I only have clouds over my head, P, then I never have clouds under my feet, Q.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The big problem with that though is you have to prove and you only have.
Sure.
As in,
Yeah, but we're not
it
there
is
yet. We're not there
impossible.
yet.
Yeah, I'm just saying
when
it's
we
a very.
get to the
But logically, it works. It stands on its feet, you know.
Yeah, it's a
That's
bridge.
what we are looking for.
Yeah. I've got loads of. I've been thinking of loads because this is. Once you start this, it's a bit hard to control it, right? But I mean, keep them Yeah, this going. was a lot of fun, Keep them actually. going, guys. They really do. This can only improve your things. Every time you hear somebody now say "if something" in an argument, you'll be thinking, "Where's the then?" And it might not be there. It might just be a really malformed, what we call argument. If there's no then, and it just rambles on after the if, then I don't hear it as anything really, because it doesn't really make any sense.
Exactly. And the more you practice this kind of thinking, the quicker you can catch it, by the way.
I have a quick one. If Earth has a surface, then it is an object.
And the Earth is an object. That's what it means. Yeah.
I mean, what's even the definition of object?
You mean a physical, I guess.
Yeah,
Physical
physical.
object. That's what it means.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not. It's
That's what we
if it has
usually
a.
mean,
If
but
it,
we
oh,
usually also edit that
I
it's
was-
physical object. Yeah.
That's one I was thinking about, right? Like if something exists as an object, or again, I don't have it, but it's basically about, you know, if you exist here, you can't not exist.
You cannot be not physical because
Yeah.
That's what
I'm trying to form it something like that
It-
because I don't want them making something that's not physical but existing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be a three-dimensional object. Yeah.
Yeah, it puts it into the geometric reality.
Right, it puts it right there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Can't be infinite because it has a surface.
This is fucking productive, by the way. I might add.
Hopefully.
Do you guys feel that? Like Mailman, do you feel that? Or Gummy Bear? That this what we are doing right now is actually productive for once.
It's a lot more productive than what has been going on in the Flat Earth community the last 6 years. Yes.
Yeah. You've been here 6 years?
Great, we are agreeing on something.
Hang on,
do you
hang
hear
on.
that, guys?
Yeah, I like that. So you've been here 6 years?
No, I haven't been here for 6 years.
Oh.
Rob was just checking
I
for
have.
grandfather rights. Time served.
Time served.
I've got time served. 100%. I got time served. I've been here 6 years. Do you want to know why I'm still here?
Because of the people.
Sure, go ahead.
Because I keep meeting new and interesting people. But I haven't come across any concrete globe proof.
You could say that if you haven't met interesting people, then you would have left a long time ago, right? Cool.
And
Yeah, you keep
I've
learning.
got a black swan, Rob, that you might want to take on your travels with you.
And I can say that if you ignore all globe evidence, then you will not find any.
If picture of Earth
That's the
from
difference
space,
between
That
proof
logically stands.
and
by the
evidence.
way. That logically
Picture,
stands.
picture of Earth from space, then globe.
No, that's not true.
That could go in the Glober's logic, though.
Wait, yeah. If there's pictures of Earth as a ball from space, P, then Earth is a ball, Q. Then Earth must be a ball.
That's more
Is globe
logical.
There's no pictures from space, only images.
Well, that's debatable, right? That's what we'll settle.
There's one. There is one.
1972 doesn't count. That's been
know
debunked.
of.
It doesn't count because it's not an image.
It's been debunked.
Please, let's not go to space.
Yeah,
right
it's been
now.
debunked. That's the
We're
problem.
formulating logical arguments, not just talking about random arguments.
So, does anybody feel like they would like to attempt a go at this sort of a challenge, right? I don't know whether to call it. It's not really a debate. It's what we're
I'd
going
like to
be
score
doing.
it.
There's no score.
Or is it like the audience, at the end is like, I think Team A made a better point.
But you get to see that by if your argument starts making it around in the arena, right? If people start using your argument, then you know you've done well. There's no win, lose, or prizes or anything involved in this. It's just we all learn. Hopefully.
You tricked me into learning, Bev.
How dare you?
I
throw your
challenged
logic
you
at me.
into learning.
There's a clip of somebody somewhere telling Bev not to come at him with his logic.
Dawn, don't you spit your logic at me. That was classic.
Spout, yeah.
And you spout your
yeah,
logic
yeah.
at me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've been practicing this logic for a while. I can remember when we went through it with Sleeping Warrior, Spurs Chemo, if he was in here. We had to walk Spurs through the Black Swan, or QE's BS, as we're going to call it. Just the basic formulation of logic. I thought it was great. Until nobody understood the logic. Over the last couple of days, or last week, we found out that most people don't really understand the Black Swan or QE's BS. The Black Swan is a statement like all globe Earth believers have zero geometric evidence for their model that they believe in. So call it my Black Swan that. I'm still looking for it. The Glober with some geometric proof of their model.
The Black Swan. It's saying that ships go
the,
over the geometric horizon of the Earth, and then you say, well, what about this picture here? Where's the geometric horizon of the Earth? Well, that doesn't count because that's refraction. That's an argument about refraction.
No,
well, what about
not,
ships then? Is that not refraction?
It's not. I don't think that's part of the QE's BS at all. You've got a misinterpretation
Black Swan definition
of what it
that
is.
you this definition that you gave was different than what you said to me earlier, like last week or something.
What was it? What was that then? Didn't
Something
give
like,
you a Black Swan earlier, did I?
Yeah, you said that it's not an argument.
Said what's not an argument?
The Black Swan, it's not an argument.
My Black Swan that I've just given was my version of the Black Swan, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
There's QE's Black Swan, and then there's the Black Swan, the logical argument too.
Yeah,
so
the
is it
Black
an
Swan.
argument?
What? The original one is
the Black Swan, the statement.
Yeah, that's a good
all
logical.
Swans are white, right? Is the statement that is made. Now, to bring the Black Swan into the statement, all swans are white, disproves. You go like, look, this one's black. Right? Then all the statement, all swans are white, cannot be true. There's a black
If
one.
there is a Black Swan, if there is a Black Swan P, then then all swans can't be white. Q.
There you go. Well done. See, that's how to use if P then Q into a statement. All swans are white. Right, the hand just did that perfectly then. Thank you very much. But my one was, there are no globers with any geometric evidence of the globe. And all you've got to do is show me one glober with some geometric evidence of the globe, and boom, you found your Black Swan of the globers. Evidence.
I've just dropped a meme in the live stream. If the Earth is a spherical object, most of the sky is below your feet.
Yeah.
You know that Karl Popper's argument was about falsifiability. So it said if there was a claim there are no black swans, that's not really false. That's not falsifiable, or that is falsifiable just by showing one black swan, right?
Yeah.
And so just like saying all swans are white, you show any other color swan that falsifies that.
Yeah.
So in QE's argument, which is supposed to be the if not Q, then not P, right? Yeah, but the problem is that the premise to that claim, the premise to that argument, isn't a claim made by us at all.
What?
Saying that if the Earth's this size,
wait a
there can
minute,
be no
Kosho,
horizon
just a minute.
this far.
Kosho, just a minute.
That's not a claim made by anybody.
Are you on drugs?
No, what he's saying is that the Q in the Black Swan argument
Wait a minute.
is the equivalent.
What? Wait, what are you
let
talking
me
about now? Are you talking about the black swan that the hand just formulated into a if P then Q? Or are you talking about the initial black swan, which is the statement that all swans are white? Or are you talking about QE's BS that is actually a modus tollens?
He's actually talking about QE's argument.
Okay, right. I mean, everybody gets mixed up about that. So that would be the first thing I would like to sort out, right? That the black swan is not QE's, right? QE was not the originator of the black swan. Now, you might have been fooled into thinking that QE was the originator of the black swan, but he's not.
Now, Rumpus actually initiated calling that image a black swan.
It's not nothing to do with the image. We are talking about the logic. Please do not bring your misconceptions of what this logical argument is about and what we're doing here at the minute.
But that's my point, though, is the logical argument itself starts out with a premise. In order to have a logical argument, the conclusion to be valid, the premises would have to be true. That premise is not a premise that anybody that argues on our side
what?
Who agree to that. We don't think that's the case.
No,
nobody thinks that.
Kosho,
nobody thinks that just because. Nobody thinks that just because the Earth.
Kosho, hang on one second. Kosho, hang on 1 second. Y'all can go back at it. Just quit clipping or whatever. But Left Lane, I think you were trying to get in there, but you were breaking up. So maybe get in a better location and come back in.
Yeah. Okay. The point is that the point is that there's nobody who thinks that just because the Earth is one size, that the horizon can't be further than
right.
What is it?
Okay, Kosho, please stop. We are not discussing QE's black swan right now. That's not.
We're only talking logic.
Not what we're doing. We are talking about formulating if P then Q. Right? It's got nothing to do with QE. That might be the only place you've ever heard this before, right? But it's got nothing to do with QE. This
I know that. Karl Popper is the one who came up with that black swan as an example for what's falsifiable and what's not falsifiable.
But that's also not what we're talking about. Like, if you want to talk about the black swan, the logical concept, then that's what we are talking about, right? The concept of you can falsify a statement, all things are this, by showing the other one, right? But you can also formulate it into a if P, then Q, which is definitely what we are talking about. We're just trying to get the if P, then Q statements down. Now,
I like mine the best.
It'll get better, I'm telling you. There's loads better. I don't want to give our secrets away as yet. Because I've got a feeling that will definitely come into an argument, right?
Oh,
there is a perfect formulation, but that's what we're after here, Kosho, right? Now, if you want to come and join, and like we said, this is a team sport. Or I'm guessing if you want to be the team man and the one-man team, you could try and do this on your own again, but you would be going up against a team of people that have worked together to hopefully formulate some good if P then Qs. But we're not asking for the not Q or yes Q, or maybe we can negate the consequent and do all that. We're not after the final formulation of the logical argument to start off with, at least. We are just trying to keep it nice and simple and get the understanding that we need to formulate the if P then Q, the minding our P's and Q's at step one, at the basis of the formulation of a logical argument. We need to get that basis sorted.
But wouldn't it be good to point out an existing argument that's illogical as a reference what not to do?
That's reductio ad absurdum.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that. You guys are up against it. You're a bit behind, aren't you?
what is the full use of having such a competition? Because you can make logical statements of anything. It doesn't have to have any truth value in reality.
It helps you refine your logic to be deductive.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
minds are P's and Q's. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
You put it up against somebody, right? If you have this idea, you're like, here, this is my idea. And then people start attacking it and it still stands. You're like, it's a good idea. Yeah. You can't break it.
What about like using the if P then Q on the 24-hour sun in South America, South Africa? God damn it, and Antarctica.
You could do that. See how well
if
it
sun,
stands up.
therefore Earth. Sun is not Earth.
Like, I can make the statement, if unicorns fart rainbows, then rainbows are unicorn farts.
Right.
That's a logically sound argument.
We've got it better than that. We've got the actual formulas and everything for that. Don't worry about that. We've got that covered. But the way you formulated it there, right? Wait a minute. The way you formulated it there would be you didn't mind your P's and Q's, right? It would be picked apart by the other team. Easily, right? You know that argument would be easily picked apart. So there's no need to bring such an argument, right? We're after the best argument.
No, that is a P then Q argument. If unicorns fart rainbows P, then rainbows are unicorn farts Q. Is P then Q.
No, no, dude, you've just done it. If P is Q, if P equals Q, then P equals Q. Then Q is the same as P. They're both the same thing. That's what you did. No. That's a really bad argument.
You're misrepresenting or misunderstanding the argument.
Oh, you don't understand. It's not a rebuttal.
Gummy, why do you even care to try to tear this down? Like, can't we just do this?
I'm trying to understand the function of this. When you can make logical statements out of anything, how does it affect truth and reality?
It's either logical. It's either logical or illogical. That's it. Law of non-contradiction. The road up is the road down.
That's a beautiful one. That I love it. So, would you think you would be ready to do this? Do you think you could? A week's enough time?
Yeah, like you can make logical statements super easily in any way, like because we don't care about the reality of whether it happens in real life.
Yeah, that's why we're doing this. Minding our P's and Q's means checking reality, making them a truthful statement from reality. Well, you guys may not think it is. We do, or I do. That's why we're after the perfect.
If a statement is logical,
if your P is or Q is not based in something true or complete, then your logic is invalid.
Yes, Seth, that's what we're saying.
No, Bear.
Yeah, no, correct. You've just had Gummy Bear tell you don't need that.
Okay then. So RC.
So you two. Go on, have it out, you two.
Yeah, so RC, we can both agree that unicorns don't actually exist.
Exactly.
But I can make if Q then P statements using unicorns, even though they're not a real thing.
Exactly, and that's my whole point. And I keep having people tell me, no, you can just make the logical statements. You don't have to have any connection with, whether these logical statements or the syllogisms or the parts of the syllogism are true or complete.
But you open it up to scrutiny, and if it's not good, it will get scrutinized into oblivion.
Wait a minute, I need to get this clarified, right? Because Gummy Bear says you can use unicorns as your P, right? Are you okay with that in your logic, RC?
No.
See, there you go. Right, so
that I gave,
Gummy Bear, do you understand now that RC says that's not valid?
Can you shut up?
No, I'm trying to discuss with Gummy Bear.
Stop cutting me off.
I don't need to tell you. RC.
Stop cutting me off in the middle of a sentence then.
RC, please.
And that's exactly the thing that I said before.
I know. That's exactly why I'm talking to Gummy Bear right now. Gummy Bear, do you think using unicorns is a valid use in a P statement?
If we're staying in the logical
so now
world,
you have
then
a problem, don't you? Because RC says it's not valid. I agree with RC. It's not valid to use unicorns because it negates the chance that you've minded your P's and Q's. You're going to end up with a fallacious logic if you use something that isn't real. You have to keep everything based in reality.
It's not just based in reality. It's also saying that are those statements complete?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're going to be doing. Now, Gummy Bear, do you still think you can use unicorns in valid logic?
No.
Yes.
See, like you would definitely wouldn't be on anyone's team if you're wanting to inject something that isn't real.
So
you can't use unicorns in a valid argument.
You can't use something illogical to make it a logical argument.
Because within the world of logic, it exists. Everything exists. Well, if you want to apply this logic to the real world, then I agree with.
Whose logic, Gummy Bear? Your logic? Because right now you're not making none of sense.
No.
If I've never seen a unicorn, P, then unicorns do not exist. Q.
That's a valid argument.
And it uses
just like Gummy Bear's argument, even though we all know, including Gummy Bear knows that unicorns don't exist. His argument in the scope of logic does work.
No, it doesn't. Using something that doesn't exist is not valid within a logical argument in any way whatsoever.
That pretty much turns into a black swan argument, right? All swans are white, therefore, I never seen a black swan, therefore all swans are white. Then all it takes is one black swan.
Well, there's no swan in the thing. That's the
you're never going to find the unicorn.
Well, yeah. So, but the whole thing is that the argument, it's the logic itself is
unicorn is a swan.
The logic itself is sound, the if Q then P, but your contention is because Q can never, because P can never exist in real life, therefore the logic is false. And that's not just, that's really not true. The logic is still true, you just can't apply it in real life because P can never be found in real life.
Which is why we're talking about this. Right now at the minute, we are talking about minding our P's and Q's to come up with arguments that are good. Right, so we all agree now that if we use something that does not exist in reality within our logic, we would be setting ourselves up for flawed logic. Therefore, we will try when we are going to do this to not put any flaws in the logic. That makes sense, right? Otherwise, the other team will pick it apart, right?
So can I ask you then if this is a valid P? So if all... sorry, wait. Let me just think how I word this exactly.
It's all right. You've got a week. There's no need to rush this.
So would you say that... Because, because I'm...
If I have not seen the entire spherical Earth, therefore the Earth is flat, is that a valid argument?
No. That's terrible.
Perfect, then the Earth is not flat.
Oh, that's even
worse. You can be honest, my team with that one.
That's an even worse conclusion.
Yeah, that's terrible. Like we are only at the beginning of this. People will get better at it. It's not something that comes natural.
I think my argument is pretty valid. If I have not seen the whole world, therefore it is flat. I have not seen the whole world, therefore it's flat, right?
No.
There's loads of problems mixed up in that.
So tell me then, Bob, because I know that you don't agree with the truth value in reality of this, but I want to ask you if this is a valid P. So, if down is towards the center of a sphere, would you say that this is a valid P?
Sounds like. I mean, if down is towards the center of a sphere, I mean, that sounds valid, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, because to me, when
where's your Q?
Because well, I could lead into a Q, but I'm just asking if that's a valid P. Because to me, like if I'm in a paradigm which say I'm a flat earther, then to me there isn't such a thing in reality where down is towards a sphere. And so to me, that would be very similar to saying something about a unicorn because it doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, well, it's like
without your Q, your P is meaningless.
My P in mine is based on arguments that people bring up all the time.
That's good. That's good, right? That's what we're after.
I still need the Q.
No, wait, no.
Yeah, I'll save it.
Well, the Q in this scenario could be something like, if down is towards the center of a sphere, then plumb bobs aren't parallel.
Whoa.
Well,
how do you know plumb bobs are not parallel?
That still begs the question.
No, it's a sound logical argument.
Well,
of course, if I want to prove that it's...
No, I wouldn't say it's sound.
Well, if I want to prove either P or Q or not P or any of these things, of course I have to do something in reality, but the logic itself is sound.
I'd say you would end up setting yourself up for a violation of the law of non-contradiction without you actually realizing it yet. Now, do you want me to tell you, or do you want to save it?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
If P is down towards the center, then every direction is down.
No, I don't see how that logically follows.
What? If down is towards the center of the sphere, then every direction is down for 360
Not every
degrees.
direction is towards the center of the sphere, Bev. You suck at logic.
If
turn down into a 360 degree circle, a 360 degree circle is every direction.
No.
Yeah.
And that is a violation of the law of non-contradiction because you can't have up being down.
No, a 360 degree circle is not every direction.
Gosh,
what?
Wow.
Yeah,
you guys are really bad at this. I mean, I'd like to go up against you. Do you want to? We don't want to be going into this because this is the idea of the debate, right? Once we bring our P's and Q's, I don't want to waste all of the beauty of this idea, the concept of us going away and bringing up if P then Q, and you guys bringing your if P then Q. Right, because
and change the conversation.
That also gives us chance to, when we do bring our if P then Q's, right? Everybody else that's listening in can pick up on them, right? I imagine the Globers that could listen to you guys and your if P then Q's, right? They'd be able to annihilate the flat earthers with the, some really good globe formed if P then Q's. I don't want to be breaking all of your stuff down right now, right?
Yeah.
You want to be saving that for the flat earthers, surely. You want to be surprising them with it.
Failing horribly at it.
I'm not doing. I don't, like I say, it's not about me. I would prefer if it was other people. Like I would like it if we can add rhetoric into it as well, right? Get the best people to present these arguments. That's obviously not me because I trigger the shit out of everyone. Everybody wants to tell me things, so if I'm not there, that might be a bit better. Give other people a chance to do this. No doubt, there's people that this is good. This is. Some people have been sat around listening to these type of conversations for years, wanting to come in and get involved in it. Well, This is your chance. Come in. Have a go. So do you guys think you could do it? Could you guys work together and do a team thing? Could you get at least 3
I've
of
been
you
here
together?
6 years. I might be able to get in on a team, maybe.
I don't doubt for a second that we can do it. It's just a matter of will we do it.
Fantastic.
Will you be able to entice us to do it? That's the big question.
Do you think? Well, I mean, you might have chance of beating somebody at it.
The gauntlet has been laid. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to ask Seek Truth, Speak Truth, and Limey Play, and maybe, I don't know who have, might Mr. 42, or maybe Bullet Bill. Who knows? But, I mean, there's loads of Globe geniuses for logic, mathematics. I mean, you can add a little bit of, there's a hint for you, right? Any logic containing geometry is deductive and therefore definitive, right? It has a truth value to it to be found. A little hint. That's why I like geometry.
Well, that depends, babe. In their head, you know how they can twist things. So.
Well, yeah, they can bring their geometry. I mean, that's with that again. You can have a go at bringing, taking Bev's Black Swan. You could be the Black Swan of Bev's Black Swan. All globers
let's say
have zero evidence.
A triangle cannot have more than 180 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they bring you formulate a logical conclusion with that. And then they bring you triangles that they can have more than that. I mean, at that point, the conversation starts, I don't know, crashing.
Yeah, but that's
then you'd have to go into the definition of a triangle.
Of a triangle. Well, yeah, but everybody knows triangles have 3 straight lines. I mean, that's it. Game over.
There you go, babe. That's a good point. That triangles have straight lines. Then why are they showing a triangle with bendy lines and calling it straight? At that point, that's where we start crashing with their logic. Their logic is not same.
What was your question starting with why?
Yeah,
that's
if
the question.
Then why?
If you use if you use spherical geometry, then you cannot use a third dimension.
Oh, that'd be good. That's good.
Yeah, you don't need a third dimension.
Oh, okay.
Wow. All right.
That is literally because we're talking about the surface, so of course it's 2 dimensions.
Man,
right.
you guys.
This is where we like if this, then that fails at this sort of point. But I mean, that's not what we're doing.
But the fact that you guys laugh at that is so silly.
Can you try and formulate an
silly.
if then, right, within your?
Hang on, he thinks the Earth is 2D.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying the surface of a sphere is
all
2D.
surfaces. All surfaces, right?
Yes.
See, all
still
surfaces.
does not refute.
All surfaces are 2D.
See, that sounds like a black swan, right? So all I would have to do is show you a surface that is not 2D.
Yeah.
And that
go
would...
ahead. Don't go there, Bev. Not yet.
I know. I don't want to. I want to ruin it for anyone.
Put that bullet back in the chamber.
Yeah, I'd love for you to do so.
Right.
My logic still stands. If you use spherical geometry, then you cannot use a third dimension.
Yeah, you don't
Prove
need
me
to.
wrong.
Yeah.
Oh,
You don't need
well,
to.
that's a bold claim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down can't be up.
Because in spherical geometry, you have only 2 dimensions.
Exactly.
There you go.
Then you can't
However,
use a third one.
if you want to translate from spherical geometry to Euclidean, you can use a third one. That's the problem.
Then you would be in Euclidean
just
geometry,
blatantly
not
do.
spherical.
Or what?
Save it for the big day.
Exactly.
That's the point. There you go. Then at that point, you're no longer. At that point, you're no longer on the geometry that you were claiming to be.
Exactly.
You have switched.
Yes, you are.
Well done.
See, that's the problem right there.
We're translating the equivalent thing in spherical
Right,
geometry
okay, now
to something
let's
in
not
Euclidean
get
geometry.
bogged down into
Okay.
bullshit land when we're not doing that. That's not the idea. Right? If you guys want to formulate a logical argument based around, well, I mean, we said unicorns, but you may as well say spherical geometry, same thing. Then please bring it whenever we do this, right? If you think you can use it within the formulation of an argument, then do it. I'd love to see an argument based around that.
If spherical geometry is describing reality, then Euclidean geometry cannot describe reality.
Incorrect.
Ooh, see, that's good.
Sorry, those are two different geometrical systems altogether. Very different.
They describe different things in reality.
And that's where my claiming is coming from. If you know that those are two different systems, then you know that the statement that I just made, I mean the logical formulation of this argument, is actually correct.
Now, what I would say is, spherical geometry can describe some of reality. Euclidean geometry can explain some of reality. Neither can explain all of reality.
Okay, that's not my, that's not a rebuttal to the logical argument that I formulated.
It is.
Well, that's how
you
would
debate about the whole thing.
You didn't use logic to rebut it.
They're auditioning now, guys. Come on, they're auditioning for the team. I don't know whether you've got somebody taking marks and wanting them to join each other's teams or not. But like I say, I'm keen to get this sort of a thing going. I just watched What's Up do a debate with McToon. Would you call that a debate? What's up?
Oh.
No. You made a presentation and then you discussed it. I think that's about as close as I could get with
that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. We had a nice 2-hour conversation. That's it.
Which, I mean, I think's good, just for the conversations of the way things are going, and I'm keen to hear whether we can continue that. I know it's a bit of a hard task, given bringing this logic thing on people, but it's only formulating logic. That's it. And not even the full logic, just the initial if P then Q. That's all we're after to start off with. I mean, that should then develop arguments that could be debated much more thoroughly. Or it may give us the chance to have the statement and also use 3 or 4 different arguments to base the argument on. It would be much better if the globers wanted to have a go and the flat earthers wanted to have a go, because then you could make an initial statement and you would be near enough guaranteed that when these two arguments came together they would be opposing. You would hardly ever have the same arguments coming together to be discussed.
It's just what would happen if, and I don't believe that this would happen, but what would happen if both sides bring out logically sound arguments? So they're logically sound, but they might not be sound in reality.
We apply the law of non-contradiction, and we base our arguments on what we can see, observe, and test.
But that's not logic.
Well, no, that comes afterwards,
no.
right?
You asked the question, what happened if two person brings two sounded and logical arguments? And at that point, we gotta put those to the test, right? We gotta bring those arguments, we gotta bring them to reality, test them, see if they can be possible or not, and make a conclusion out of that.
Sounds valid. But that would be further on in the debate idea, right?
Yeah. But all I'm saying is, so that like a very simple one would be like, say that the globe side says, if plumbobes aren't parallel, then down isn't parallel, and the flat Earth says, if plumbobes are parallel, then down is parallel.
I'm hurting. I'm sorry, I'm hurting as fuck right now.
I didn't word it properly, but you get what I'm trying to say.
It needs a bit of work. Yeah, it needs a bit of work. But I mean, is that the sort of thing you guys would want to do? Because we could do a special, right? Because like I am actually gonna do a thing about that guy from Maine. So if you would like to make that statement, if we could say, right, a statement that horizontal and vertical in reality are perpendicular, would that be a decent statement that we could then build some logical arguments around? You guys would obviously be able to use that to build a logical argument around, right?
Yeah.
Well, good. So
of course, I have a bit of a contention with saying, was just using the words horizontal and vertical just on their own, because there isn't just one horizontal and one vertical.
Yeah, but it is a statement that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
You would have to formulate a logical argument to make that logically sound.
Well, because the thing is, I would say that one person's vertical is not necessarily perpendicular to another person's horizontal.
But does that
at that point you gotta demonstrate that, right? At that point you gotta demonstrate that.
But we're not doing that. We're just saying at the beginning, if we can make a statement that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? That has a truth statement. It's either true or it's not true, right? Would you be okay with that as a statement?
No, because it leaves too much up for interpretation.
What interpretation is there that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular? Where's the interpretation that you want to give to it?
He's on the defense. If you want to problem.
If you say in one position, or one position's horizontal is perpendicular to the same position's vertical, I'd be fine with that.
Well, then you could formulate that as your logic, based on the fact that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right?
Yeah, but like I said, my contention is you have to add in that it's the same points.
That would be on you to formulate a logical statement.
Yeah, involving that. If that was the message you wanted to get across, then you would formulate a logical argument, if P, then Q, based around the fact that you want to say that horizontal and vertical are only perpendicular at the point that you're measuring the whatever. I don't know. I mean, that would be up to you. But I'm saying now, for an idea for the statement to be able to be made, for you to formulate logic on, are you happy with the statement horizontal and vertical are perpendicular? I mean, that goes for everyone, not just, not just us. Does everybody think they could use that statement to build some logic on? If P, then Q.
Yes.
There you go.
I mean, I've given my contention with it, but of course it's...
Could you build some logic on it?
I would say...
Go on.
I would say, yeah.
There you go. See, my man's in. Buster's in.
Yes.
I'd say absolutely. Dead easy. If P, then Q.
I stand behind whatever Sean Hawkins says. but yes, I'm emphatically in on the logic.
I came up with 1, 2 in the chat. If the Earth is a spherical object, as we are told, then the distance between longitude lines would be greatest at the equator.
Okay.
Then it's just the of the coordinate system that we have.
It would go back to the geometry, because geometry is deductive, and if you use spherical geometry, then you cannot have a third dimension.
There it is.
I don't know what you think you're saying with that, because it's not what you think it is.
It's just a counter. It's just another if P then Q. He just like you offered one up. He offered one up, right? There's no I'm going to debunk yours with mine. It was just you offered up a P, if P then Q. He offered up a if P then Q, right?
Now it's your turn.
Yeah, if the how would I say it? If the Earth is a spherical object, as we're told, then the length of the tropics would be the same.
Okay. Again, this is it's good. Like, you don't want to be shooting your load again all the time. Save it. I mean, there's loads of them. So
isn't that the last one? Isn't that begging the question thing? The last one it was said.
Oh, no, it isn't.
That's, no. Well, no, it's an FP then Q. I mean,
I guess
they're
you're right.
due
Yeah.
to be finding out which are the best ones.
As long as I was gonna say, as long as you don't make any conclusions out of that, because otherwise it turns into a begging of question thing.
Yeah, like everything.
Yeah. After it's been done, that if P's and Q then Q's, you'd be able to say which you think's your best, which is the worst. The other team can then have a go at dismantling one of the arguments. So how long do you reckon it'd take? If we say we get a week and we come back and we were then to actually do the this thing, and there's 2 teams of 3 people, right? And since we're only after the if P then Q, I'm guessing we don't need to use videos or cameras or anything. We could go on a stage, do a staged event. We could use our the wrote down words just to put in the chat. We could discuss it. How long do you guys reckon you'd take to have the discussion about these 3 FP then Qs? Team versus team.
What was the 3? That was I saw my girlfriend was giving me a gift. I missed most of. What was the 3 that was chosen?
No, you choose your own 3 and you bring them.
You bring your own 3 after a week. We just discussing.
Oh, you bring your own 3.
Yeah, your team makes 3 if P then Q's based on the statement. We've decided that the first statement is that vertical is and horizontal are perpendicular. That's a statement for everyone to build their if P then Q's on.
Wait, so you already picked the P?
What?
That's the P. Is it if horizontal is level?
That's the
it's a statement to base your logic on.
That's a statement around which you can build up a logical argument. Okay.
That's not a statement, though. That's a conditional. That's a conditional statement.
It's a statement that has to have a truth value, right? It either has to be true or false. It cannot be both. That's the only requirement for a statement. and preferably not breaking the law of non-contradiction also, right?
Okay, so, I see. So it's okay that it's a conditional statement because, okay, I see. Yeah, because you're testing that conditional statement basically.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. You want to be able to put a truth value to it, or a false, right? You know, you want to be able to put one or the other to it. Yep. So we go away for a week. Let's say.
Can you repeat the statement though?
Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. So we go away for a week. We come back for 3. We then come into a room. We go onto the stage. 2 teams of 3. Each team, I say, presents their best one. And then each team gets chance to pick apart one of the other team's statements that they've brought. That way, spotting any flaws within any arguments, and I don't know, just basically going over the logic to see what each side thinks of each other's side of the logic. Then, I'd say, I don't know, that'd take about half an hour each to go over those, and then open it up to the audience, right? So then everybody that's been watching it has a chance to have a say about the statements that have been made by both teams.
Who's on the team that disagrees with that, though?
Pardon?
You said the statement is if horizontal is vertical is perpendicular to vertical, right?
No, you formulate your if P then Q around the statement that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, you might have missed a fair bit.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because it sounded like that was like 2 people on different sides. I guess that's just the main subject, but it could be somewhat tangential to that, because everyone knows that that perpendicular is that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. But you're saying there's something surrounding that idea.
Yeah, some logic surrounding.
Looks like we found another RC member.
Yep.
Team member.
Team RC.
Yeah.
Team RC.
No, Kosho's going to have the entirety of Gen Panda's server helping him.
Oh, that's true. A lot of logic over there.
Yeah. Team GP.
I might put some money on them.
Helping me do what? See, right now, at this point, I don't understand the 2 different sides. So I don't know why you said that.
Not 2 different sides. There's not 2 different sides, Kosho. You just formulate your logic.
There's no side.
Sound, and then it gets judged by everybody.
There's no sides, Kosho. How is it so hard to comprehend what people saying?
Bev was talking about 2 different teams. He was saying that the whole time. He said your team.
He never mentioned 2 different teams.
Yeah, I did. That's the idea.
You did?
Yeah, there's meant to be. This is a team going away and formulating 3 different arguments. Then another team also do the same. They come back with their 3 argument. Well, I call it an argument. It's just an initial statement. If P, then Q. 3 of them times 3. If P, if P, if P, then Q, then Q, then Q. Right? 3 different ones.
Right, and these teams don't necessarily have to be globe Earth versus flat Earth.
Yeah.
Part of any camp you want to be in, you just need to come with a team and some logical statements.
By mixing it up too, you could have like 1 globe Earth, 1 flat Earth, and 1 anti-flat Earth, or something like that.
Or even a concave Earther could come in here with some of his logical arguments.
There you
Yeah, it's not about what you think the shape of the Earth is. This is just logic. Right? It doesn't care what colour socks you've gone on. Doesn't care how late you went to bed the night before. just
hey,
logic.
what color socks do you have on, Bev?
I've got the blue and actually the
They're both blue.
They
don't have any designs or anything.
If they're blue, that means the Earth is flat.
Are they vertical? Hey, I just gave a ride to a rocket scientist that works for NASA.
Nice.
Yeah, they're in town for the Blue Origin launch. William Shatner is going up for a suborbital 5-minute.
William Shatner.
Nice.
Yeah, I told her straight up. I was like, hey, you're really not gonna like me. I think the Earth's flat, and I don't think anybody goes to space. So.
It would only be valid if they took Picard up with them.
What did he say though?
Yeah,
What did he say?
She had a good laugh. She's like, well, science is real and physics is real. And I said, I know it.
That was her answer. Wow. Okay, that's fine.
Same
I
old
already got my answer from that.
Yeah, we had a good laugh. Went back and forth a few times.
See,
so
you can tell. Those are the same answer we used to get, right? 6 years ago. Oh, the whole body of science. Exactly.
Science is real.
Once you get into, and then you get into the conversation with the flat earthers, you start realizing that argument ain't gonna fly in here.
Yep.
Not
Unfortunately, we only had 8 minutes together, so I didn't really get to hammer it home. But yeah, that was fun.
Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't think they're going to space.
Now that I've been into the debate, I mean, I can no longer underestimate the power of Na'a.
That's a good question, by the way. Why would they send up an actor before an astrophysicist? That's fucked up, isn't it?
Because he's good at acting. No.
Got the money.
Well, he was in Star Trek, right? So
That's right.
Yes,
he deserves it. Yeah.
I guess he deserves it.
No, he has the money for it.
It's a publicity.
He's got experience.
He laid the groundwork.
Of course it is. Of course.
He laid the groundwork with science fiction, so it got to do
it. Yeah.
Science fiction feeds into science, and science feeds into science fiction. It's a feedback loop. Probably one of the best ones there is.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard Shatner's quote about science fiction and science when he was referred to astronomy?
I wonder if that's why they're using him, because at some point we were using him as an example, as somebody who is fighting back against the power of science.
Yeah, he's been critical over the years of some of the claims made by government.
Yeah. What's the what was this quote that somebody was saying from
he
Bill
said
Shatner?
that, like, when it comes to astronomy, he said science fiction and science, there's no difference.
Yeah, he said science is just science fiction.
That's a hot
That's
one.
no difference.
That
was basically his comment about his comment about theoretical physics, etc.
Was that the context for real, or is that just?
Yeah, no,
I'll get the video.
That's 100% real.
All right,
yeah.
cool. No, I know it's real.
Can
I'm
you
just
give
saying,
it to me too?
just saying your interpretation. I was wondering if that was an assumption or if that was the actual.
It was that's literally what he said. I mean, it was a fleeting comment. I'm not sure if it's his total stance, but it was clearly what he said and what he meant at the time.
Yeah, I will go to say that was his stance. Hang on a second, gentlemen. That was his stance because he said that in a number of interviews. A number of interviews he made.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought it was just one.
Yeah. I began to like him because he was beginning, basically leaving the neons that space isn't real. Okay, that was what I got from William Shatner. I thought, at least he's telling the truth. I thought, but now he's going to go to space now. There you go. At 90.
Yeah, man.
So he's done a 180-degree U-turn.
Yeah.
Ouch. I yield. Go ahead, folks. Digest. Thought. Interject. Do something.
Is there anybody willing to take the
muted?
logic up?
Okay.
Is there anyone? Kosho, do you want to get the team?
I'm getting ready to watch this clip. What was the question?
Do you want to get a team together to bring some.
Well, I don't really understand even the context of your game, but I mean, I was thinking about it, and there was
a game.
There was an argument that I was thinking about, but I just don't understand why anybody would be opposed to it. But the argument that based around that statement you said about horizontal and vertical, you could say, well, if vertical is defined as a line from your position and some central position or some central point and your point, then horizontal, what was it? Oh, yeah, right. So if vertical is defined from some center point and your point, and if horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, then no two points would have the same, will have parallel horizontal planes. That's an argument that I don't see what relevance that argument would come up with, but it's logically sound, yeah.
No, you had two P's and a Q.
Yeah, I had two premises. That's right.
Yeah, it's if P then Q, not if P then Q.
So the arguments have
it's
to
not
be
if P if Q then R.
No, it's if P. It's if P then Q, and if whatever then whatever, then yeah, because there's other variables, but yeah, there's multiple.
Whatever squared.
There's multiple variables.
You might not say. you might as well just say blah 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 blah. That's it.
No, but you never define which argument structure it has to be in. You said it has to be a logical argument. You know
it's only a P then Q argument, Kosho.
Yeah, if P then Q is not that. First of all, if P then Q is not the only. It's not even the structure of the black swan argument.
Nobody.
So,
oh my God.
Goes on my
P
P
isn't necessarily a sentence
Oh,
unless
no,
you.
Please let Kosho carry on.
I'm saying, like, what's the format of these? So it has to be a specific argument format.
It's what we're after is just if P then Q statements. That's all we're after. Three.
Yeah, I know, but that's not an argument structure.
What isn't?
If P then Q, then the argument needs is an if P then Q, then here's P, then here's Q. Like that's the second part of the argument. I just said if P then Q.
No, you didn't. You said if like 2 or 3 times. You had like 2 or 3
if P then Q, and if P then Q, then you also show well P is Q, and then here's P. So here's Q.
You've just said P is Q again.
Blah 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 blah. Kosho.
Oh come on.
Kosho.
Yeah, because there's two premises.
Nobody's asking you to formulate an argument. It's just a P then Q logical thing that see.
Yeah, I know, but do you understand? The black swan argument. First of all, it's if P then Q, and then the argument is not Q, so not P. So there's two parts to formulating that argument. But I'm saying, are you asking for a very specific format or any logical argument? Because if it's any logical argument, then mine is fine.
Go ahead, repeat it for the 5th time.
Wait, we're just trying to keep it simple. And if
I know, but
then Q is simple, and you should be able to base
Kosho, please.
Yeah, but you're saying
Kosho, please let him finish.
It's trying to keep it simple and making a logical statement with if P then Q, not trying to go off in the weeds. And if you can't do it simply like that, then it's probably going to be illogical. So we're just trying to keep it simple.
Fine. Keep it simple. I got you.
Then he wanted three different statements. If P then Q, and you can present each three.
All that's clear.
Okay.
Right.
Good.
I understand all that. The problem is, I've taken logic before, right?
There's no problem.
I've taken several logic classes.
Nice.
And what you're saying is you want a general logical argument. But then you're also saying keep it the simple logical argument. If you're leaving it open, then the logical argument that I use is a logical argument that's fine. It's fine to use that. Just like the black swan, what's called modus tollens.
Right, Kosho, please stop. Please.
No, I'm not gonna stop.
We
I'm
don't.
not gonna stop.
We
Let
don't
me finish. Just like you
want
asked me to let him finish.
the modus
Let me
tollens
finish.
part of it.
That's fine. That's
please.
fine.
Right, well, don't mention anything about that
Yeah,
part of
no,
the
I'll
argument
mention
then,
it. I'll
right?
mention whatever I want. All right.
Right.
So just let me finish.
Okay.
Yeah, the modus tollens argument.
Yeah.
Starts off with if P
Prove
then
that
Q.
you've not listened.
Yeah, that's fine, Bev.
Yep.
That's fine. If you're saying that you can use if P then Q and then just come up with whatever argument you want, that leaves it open to almost any type of logical argument. Okay? Because modus tollens starts off with that same beginning to logical argument. You're not completing the
That's the
logical
whole point.
format that you're looking for.
We don't want to
That's
complete.
the whole point, Kosho. It's gonna be live to criticize it and see if it's not falling into laws of contradiction and any illogical things. That's the point.
Yeah, that was my point. That the logical argument that I just used falls in line with that. Then, but you said that it doesn't. Just because there's two premises doesn't mean that it's still under that general format.
No, it seems like you're on the defense here. Nobody's attacking nobody on this thing, Kosho. It's just like to I don't know, what is the purpose, Bev, to see which one comes with a better P than Q?
Just to see which one's most logically sound. Like Kosho missed earlier,
right.
Ramoman made some logical statements. If P, then Q. And it was agreed on both sides that it was a logical statement. That's it.
Do you understand that in if P then Q, there's no conclusion to that argument? You understand that, right? That's only a premise. If you only have a premise, I mean, you can come with an infinite amount of premises.
There's
if you like.
conclusion if I say,
Sorry.
Hold on. If I say, Kosho,
your premise needs to be logical.
Yeah, if I say, there's conclusions to that, Kosho. If I say my shoe is white, therefore cannot be black, that's a conclusion. Logical.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. You just said if something, then something, right? You didn't say only the premise. If you only are saying if P then Q, that's only a premise. That's not an entire logical argument. There's no conclusion.
Yes.
Wait, that was...
Yes.
What?
Yes, we do not want the modus ponens, modus tollens. We don't want the inverse, converse, or the contrapositive, right? We just want the if-then. That's all. Keeping it simple. Just the basics. We can build up from there, but this is all this is about, Kosho. Just
what's the point
the if P, then
what's the point
Q.
of coming up with only premises?
Because we start at the beginning.
Can you make a logical premise?
Really easy. Very simple. That's why we keep it just 3. But this is how we start off. How well can you do? How well an argument can we start off with? We're not making the full argument. It's not for us to make the full argument. How well can we set out the beginning of the premise to be able to discuss the argument? That's all we're after. Anybody can take the rest and put that into a debate.
The best part, too, is you can throw in a little plagiarism. Find some really solid argument from some great thinker of the past, and then represent it, like repackage it, and then watch if someone squirms. And if they start to squirm on it, because based off who's presenting it, then you can drop the big truth bomb. If presented by Flat Earth, globalists will spiral.
Well, this is the point, right? Every one of Nathan Oakley's 10 housekeeping questions could be put up for logical review, right? You Globers surely would be able to come up with logical if P then Qs that we could develop into logical argument.
Argument.
Yeah, you could develop it at another point that could then lead into a debate, right? These arguments would stand if you'd know whether they were good or bad. Pretty simple.
The point is to start from the beginning, Kosho, without any being in the defense or anything.
How are you going to judge a premise?
That's up to the people listening to it.
If you make a premise based on unicorns being real, I would have some harsh judgment against that.
Well, here, how about
you can't just make up premises. I mean, the premise has to be true or not true. If it's falsifiable,
gas twice.
Kosho, let me try. Let me present one to you. See what you think.
I got gas twice, but I only got one receipt. I wonder if you can print me the receipt before I got this one.
Rob, you're roboting, Rob.
First $10, I didn't get the receipt.
That sounds bad, Rob. You've got a bad robot on there.
$10 twice.
It just got worse.
Somehow got worse.
It's even worse again.
Sorry, Rob.
It should have a reference number, right?
Rob, I don't know whether you can hear us. It's that bad, but we can't really hear you. Yeah, he says he's muted.
He's probably hot micing.
He's not hot micing. He's just got a really bad connection, and he can't hear us because he's got that bad a connection.
It's something he bought for $10 and a receipt. I mean,
yeah, there was a little. I think it was a butt dial or something like that. So here, Kosho, like if the environment is limited, then the control over people will increase directly equal to how small the world is understood to be.
Bad.
What do you think of that premise?
Ambiguity.
It's interesting.
It's like looking at like a prison complex or like Lord of the Flies.
Mm-hmm.
The smaller you make the environment, the more control people try to exert in that environment. The Discord mod effect, if you will.
So what's the point? Just to listen to people's premises and judge if they're true or not?
Not really. I think it's going to see how valid the argument is or how sound it.
But that's my point, though. That's my with just a premise. You're only judging the merits of the premise. You're not judging the conclusion because there wasn't a conclusion made because it's not a logical argument. It's just a premise.
How about this one? If a person is told a truth, then they will have a good foundation to stand on.
Not bad. Interesting premise. But like I said, a premise is interesting. You can agree if whether it's true or not.
Is it logical?
That's my point. A premise on its own is how are you judging if it's logical? The point of a logical argument is you're already assuming a logical argument is assuming that the premise is either going to be true or not true, and the conclusion follows that. If you're just saying a premise, then okay, you can judge on whether or not it's true or not. But what's the point in doing that? We're just going to be our opinions on whether that's true.
Starting at the
you cannot tell if a premise is logical or not, Kosho.
No, a premise is not logical. A premise is true. The premise is either true or not true. That's why it's a conditional statement.
No. Oh, okay. Maybe it's
a premise on its own. Is not the argument. The argument would be the next part. Would be whatever your conclusion is based on that.
Well, the premise has to be logical to be true. Otherwise, it's not.
No, but that's what I'm saying. A premise is a conditional statement. So the premise is either going to be true or it's not going to be true. But that in itself doesn't matter because it's not. That's what judges the conclusion. The conclusion is based on whether the premise is true or not true. So
we're not after the conclusion, though.
If it's true or not, what detects if it's true or not is if it's logical or not.
Like I said, that doesn't really make sense because it's not the logic in itself. It's just like I said, what he just said just now about having a good foundation and whatever that was. Like we could talk about whether that's true or not. It'd be our opinions, but we wouldn't be able to come to a conclusion because we would just be our opinions.
Yes.
Right? So
yes.
we're not judging whether that
you
premise
don't
is true.
have to argue with everything that everybody. This is one of the lessons you'll get right out of this. It's just a if P then Q. There's no argument. Like, you don't have to go against it. You can say, yes, that's valid. That sounds good. You're allowed to say that. We haven't even done any of that yet, and you're already trying to argue. Or you're trying to show us that you don't really understand what we're saying. There's people trying to explain it to you.
Yeah, you don't have to be a contrarian all the time.
So
I'm not being a contrarian, dude. I'm telling you, as somebody who's studied logic, the premise
studied
itself,
logic.
The premise
Well, you're being
itself,
illogical right now.
the premise itself,
You've got
the
a
premise
couple of
itself
them.
is not going to be valid or invalid.
You've studied
The
logic,
logical argument can be
Kosho.
valid or invalid.
How?
That's
Where
what I'm
did
saying
you
to you
study
guys.
logic?
I don't understand what the.
Did you study logic under Jem Panda?
Against somebody.
I'll clear it up for
Listen,
you, Coach.
dude, I'm not going to talk over
Let
you,
me-
Bev. There's no reason to ask me questions if I'm talking.
Coach, let me try to clear it up for you. So, Bev, you think we could start a if P then Q thing with if unicorns are real, then something?
Absolutely.
Think that would be okay?
No.
Unicorns.
No.
That's wrong.
No, that would be
Already.
sound. If
That
unicorns
would
are real,
not
then
be sound,
somebody would have a picture.
Kosho.
Yes, that is. That's what I'm saying to you.
Like,
There's
we
there's
don't
nothing
need
unsound
people
about
like
that.
you talking about bullshit that isn't real and trying to fit it into a logical argument and then arguing that you can put that into a logical argument because you're the great Kosho and you've studied logic somewhere.
You
It's
obviously
bullshit,
can do that.
Kosho.
You can say if unicorns are real, people would have videos of them all over the place. That could be your argument. There's nothing
Yes,
invalid
but
about saying
that's
that.
not what we want, right?
Damn, Kosho.
Stop telling us
Damn.
what the fucking bad arguments are. We don't want them.
I didn't say that was a bad argument. I'm saying that I don't even know
It's
what.
not
what
a
are you
fucking
judging?
good
How are you-
argument,
how are you
is it?
competing against something or making it seem something's valid if it's just a premise? You have to have a premise
I
and a
don't think
conclusion.
I don't think he belongs in this conversation.
Yeah,
Period.
definitely
That's it.
not.
He's incapable. He's
not capable.
He's incapable of understanding what we're talking about. He's fixed on his shit.
Just drop the word valid and invalid, Kosho, right?
To be fair, I thought
No. Unicorns.
We're just formulating arguments right now. That's all we're doing. Just trying.
No, you're not. You're not formulating arguments. You're not allowing conclusions. You're only saying premises.
We're
Anything
just
can be a
making
premise.
man.
You think a premise is not an argument, Kosho?
Yeah, I absolutely. I think a premise is not an argument. I think it's a an argument is a premise and a conclusion. If you don't have a conclusion, you don't have an argument.
Kosho, you're being a premise menace. Now, Bev, you're saying that if we started with if unicorns. What's up, Rob?
I'm saying we're making logical statements, not logical arguments. In reality, in logic, what logic is there to a unicorn?
Well, I mean, Bev started one off earlier with if the Earth is a sphere, so I figured we could do anything with that if statement.
You already messed up there.
No,
Everybody
I mean, like, he's not
Everybody
totally
is
wrong, but when have you heard that unicorns? Has anybody ever stated to you that unicorns are real?
I mean, not in a serious fashion.
Right.
Okay,
so,
I mean, that doesn't matter.
Right.
That doesn't matter at all.
But within this arena, there are people that think that the Earth is a sphere. So you would start your premise off with the statement.
And nobody has shown it to be real, right?
DP, you have a hot mic.
I know this logic thing's tricky.
It's not.
It's not.
Well, we need it, but it's something that needs to be learned, right? It's something that needs to be learned, and we have to learn how to formulate it. And if we don't start with the basics, just starting with the if P then Q, how are we ever going to get any better at it?
But if
you're not going to teach somebody algebra. Well, you're not going to teach somebody algebra that doesn't know how to do addition.
If logic is tricky, then what is it to rock a rhyme?
I don't know what a Taraka rhyme is.
I feel like that was some 80s or 90s rap.
But
Run
if,
DMC, guys, come on.
But if I start the argument that if unicorns are real, P, how is that illogical?
Wait.
Okay, how about this? If unicorns are real, P, then we would see. Then we would have unicorn skeletons or fossils or something. We don't have any unicorns.
Right.
Therefore, unicorns aren't real.
You left pandas.
It's logical.
Still on some other bullshit.
No, I'm trying to just figure out the logic.
Argument.
No, you're trying to figure out their argument.
No, I'm just trying to figure out the logic thing.
No, because that would be a black swan premise, Jeremy. Just because you haven't seen fossils or evidence doesn't mean that maybe somewhere there's some bones of a unicorn.
No.
Well, we've been digging everywhere, so not everywhere, but I would have came across one.
But what I'm saying, it falls into that premise.
I mean, what I get from that is logically unicorns aren't real. Just going off the logic, we'd have pictures, we'd have bones, skeletons, fossils, something.
Yeah,
but you see how...
Why would you even start off if unicorns are real? Premise.
Why would you not? Why not? It's not illogical.
I know why.
Wait.
Everybody knows why they want to start bringing unicorns in. It's like one step from unicorns, and then it's Santa. Then you're going into Narnia, and the next thing you know, you're floating around in space.
Yeah.
So you got to start it with something that could be somewhat realistic.
Yeah, that's why we've got to start with the if P then Q with real values, right? It's going to be judged. If you start coming with stuff about unicorns, I don't think anybody's going to think, "Ooh, that sounds like a good argument," especially if it's based around a vertical and horizontal are perpendicular statement. Then shoehorning in a unicorn is a pretty bad idea, I'd say.
Well, the horn must be vertical.
No.
Small man, please.
Oh, man. It sounds funny and haha hoo hoo. If nobody's ever seen a unicorn, then the unicorn is only in your mind.
Well, there are places on Earth that no one has seen, so those must be in my mind too.
Just because you hadn't seen it, I'm just saying. If you hadn't seen it, I hadn't seen it. Anybody in this room right now, speak up. Have you seen unicorns other than on the TV?
If nobody's ever seen it, it's not worth talking about. So, end of conversation. Let's carry on and work
Move on.
Is there anybody that wants to
can we just use horses?
Take up this challenge, right? To just to help the server out, if anything, to start it. It might not go anywhere. I think it'll be good because we're definitely going to get it. I mean, our guys are going to start with the vertical and horizontal. Get a week.
Yep.
Meet back here next Tuesday and have logic. I mean, everybody's free to bring them, right? We could do that. We could set a date next week, 1 week from now. We all come back. Do your best at formulating a logical argument. Just the if P then Q. That's it.
I like the one Buster said earlier with the plumb lines. That was a good one.
You do
don't repeat it. I gotta save it. I gotta save it.
Save that one.
Go and formulate one of your own. The same sort of thing. I mean,
I don't think I really understand it to formulate one yet.
Yeah, don't bring unicorns into anything.
I might only go with I think it's Bev's argument.
No, not Bev's. Go with your own.
Sure, but I mean, I could use his arguments. But I mean,
do a globe one. I haven't heard the globe people use anything like that.
Definitely.
I have.
I got a globe one. I got.
What you got?
Let's hear it, Chris.
Peace is possible. then give peace a try.
Yeah, that's bullshit. But
I'd like to hear one of the model afflicted give a logical statement for their model.
Save it for
If
next
objects
time.
fall to the ground, then there must be a reason objects fall to the ground.
Well, I got another globe one. If Bev is right, then thanks Bev.
Let him hold it, because he's still thinking.
Save it for next week. These
but
sort of things aren't going to come tonight.
What Right the Hand said that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see you next week, Mo man.
I might be able if I'm at work and it's not too busy. Then yeah. But if
get your team.
If I'm not at work, then I have other things.
We got all day. We got all day Tuesday.
Yep.
Yeah,
Next Tuesday.
In fact, how about that? Right, we're not going to say teams or anything, like just individuals if you want, right? But you can discuss it with anyone. Discuss it with your mum and your dad. Ask them whether they think it's good, and then bring it next week, next Tuesday.
I don't think a lot of people know logic. Honestly, they didn't teach that in school when I was a kid.
Yeah, well, stop. Clearly, unicorns. Yeah, clearly.
I mean, did they teach it to you when you were in school?
No, I studied. No. I studied fucking computer science. I had to take like several logic classes.
Oh,
but,
Kosho.
No, but I don't understand what you're
we're not worried about you.
You're a taxi driver.
What are you going to be judging if you're not going to be talking about conclusions? If you're just talking about premises,
I'm not going to be judging anything.
Premises.
I'll leave that to everybody else.
Premises can be valid or invalid. It doesn't matter. Like the whole point is, if a premise is true, then it brings a conclusion, right? But if there's no
Kosho, it's okay if nobody's gonna be judging conclusions. Just bring your crazy ass idea, and then see how people are still gonna think that you're stupid for bringing that shit.
Just bring the one that you think is your best next week, and then we'll have a discussion about it, right?
There's no best or worst. The premises can be anything. You say if the Earth is round, then
wait.
Okay, Culture. Here's one.
Just keep
if
talking.
Computer science.
You already messed up on sine and cosine, so don't bring that, please.
I can't wait to hear what Kosho comes up with in a week.
Well, earlier he had an if P then Q.
Why don't you guys describe your premise, and we'll see what merits a premise has on its own.
Nobody's gonna be dealing with that.
There's no reason to just share premises with each other. The whole point
don't
of
show up to the show. Don't worry.
Argument.
It's okay, Kosho.
You
don't need to worry about talking about it anymore. You've expressed your opinion. It's no use. You can stop talking about it, right?
It's not an opinion.
You've obviously missed out on an entire beginning bit of the conversation, and you've just come in, and now you're being negative ninny, aren't you? You're just being... I don't really understand what you guys are doing. I'm just going to say no, not that, because that's the best argument I've got. That's rubbish. I don't like what you're doing. I don't know what it is you're doing, but I don't like it.
I'm trying.
We don't care, Kosho.
Well,
Bev,
people have been trying to tell you what.
Yeah,
we've been trying to tell you. There's no...
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
I'm trying to ask you, what is the point of sharing premises? What is there going to be? How are you going to compare two premises from one another? And what's going to allow you to say one premise is valid or not valid?
Is it your opinion that what we're doing here is worthless?
I'm trying to find out what you're doing here. Right? Maybe you'll be the one. Maybe you'll be the one to tell me.
Wait. I'll be the one to ask that question.
We're trying to form logical statements. Now, if you're saying anything can be a logical statement, and that's your problem, then maybe you should wait till when we start addressing the statements. We're just at the formation of the statements, right? It's like we're all making airplanes. Right. Your airplane.
Here's my.
Hang on. Your airplane is a rubber ball. Now, right now, your airplane is great because we're just
Kosho.
When we go outside.
Analogy, man. I understand.
Why is he cutting him off?
I understand.
I don't know. Coach
He's
cannot
not-
control.
he's not
him
now,
right
well.
what I
He's
said,
triggered.
then there should be
Kosha
was interrupted for about 20 seconds.
All
when
right.
He couldn't finish the
All right.
sentence.
Now write the hand. Wait, please. Whoa, please, people. Can we?
It's unbelievable the one-sidedness.
Who's
here when
this
it's
now?
there.
Yeah.
Who's that? Silent Zero. Okay, you can go quiet for a bit now. Now, do we have?
sounds good.
Do we have the quietness that we need?
Right. So is Bev a mod that he can
Now,
interrupt people?
write the
willy-nilly?
hand.
Is that the premise here?
Bev's running a show.
Right.
He is a mod.
BioDuel is muted also. Now, can we have quiet so Right the Hand can finish what he was saying, please?
I don't really like to use analogies, but the whole analogy here is we're just making the planes, right? We're just building the product. We're just making the arguments. We're not at the testing phase yet. Okay, we're just doing the formulation. Now, if you don't want to formulate something, right, then don't formulate something. If you think, what we're doing is not worthwhile, then formulate something and then show up. And then after all of that, after we've done everything next Tuesday, and then you can be like, I didn't see the purpose to any of this. And then I'd be like, okay, fine. I can see where you got that. But you're basing everything on just at the start.
I will point out that Kosho and BioDuel dipped out like some girls.
Yeah,
I know. Kosho was about to respond right now. Would have been his opportunity, but he left.
Yes, he left because I muted him because they wouldn't shut up. And then I muted Silent Zero because Silent Zero
let him
piped
go.
up. And then I also muted BioDuel because BioDuel was piping up. Then they, at that moment, wait a minute, at that moment, they found out that I had mod powers. At that moment, they left. That's how butthurt they are. They think they can just come and interrupt purposely when we're doing a show. It's not allowed. We don't want that. We want to try and formulate this logical argument. We don't want people to obfuscate it.
Well,
Why I got muted? Bev?
Pardon?
Why did I get
Were
muted?
you listening? Yeah, were you listening when he explained why everybody got muted?
No.
Oh. If you're talking, you're not listening.
I listen. I'm asking, did you listen to my question, though? I asked why I got muted. I heard his explanation of why they left. I didn't hear any explanation there why I got muted.
Well, everybody was just talking. I was just trying to stop any time I saw a green light.
Gotcha.
I just muted
Thank you, man.
people. So, okay.
That's it.
I just want.
Thank you, Silent. I wasn't trying to be an ass.
Yeah. I don't want people to be just talking over people. And they purposely started talking whenever we tried to get control over it. And that's not what we want. Well, that's not what I want anyway.
Well, I like to reiterate what Right the Hand said because I think this is a great thing. Logic is a good thing. I wasn't taught it, just like Jeremy said he wasn't taught it. And this is a great way to start learning how to. And if you don't learn to run before you learn to walk, and formulating a P and Q I think it's a great way to start learning this stuff. So that answers me.
Yeah, but they're already on the defense, right? They're already on the defense of this. They're arguing something that nobody has even postulated. It's amazing.
Why?
You just got to think about. Yeah, I was gonna say you got to think why they're railing against it. Why wouldn't they want you to learn logic?
Well, the other thing too is if you're going to try and pick something apart and be like, well, that's because they were saying, oh, you got to start with a logical blah blah blah. They're like, well, if you can't even formulate an argument, how are you going to tell me an argument's not true? You have to show that you can do the processes before you can say the processes are right or wrong.
Right.
Start at the beginning, like we did before. That's what we did. We went back to the first basics. Get back to the most basic you can, and build up from there.
Yeah, pretty much is like if you tell me, well, I'm gonna build a house, and I start arguing with you of why the house is gonna fall before you even tell me the structure or anything, right?
Yeah.
At
Before
least
you build
please
even dig
for...
the foundations, they're arguing about the roof's going to fall over. You know, like how are you going to put the roof on?
I gave you a better one than that. When you build a foundation itself, it's all a matter how you want the house to sit. If the house is sitting level, you have to measure that. When you build a house and you don't level it, you're gonna have a crooked house. And that's on them. Sorry.
Well, you can't learn to build a house unless you know how to dig the foundation and do that right first. I mean, I still think it's
believe it or not, believe it or not, each house is curved at a atomic level measurement.
Wait.
I want to talk about some on that, like, because
let me get some. Can I get some of that data on that? Sorry.
I'll tell you what. I have to go through. I'll tell you what. I have to go through a million boards before I can find one without a crown in it. So he's not entirely wrong.
How do you make a curve, right? Because I was thinking about this. There was some about Toon when he was talking about with WhatsApp, and I was like, if you're in a coordinate system, right, you're just connecting points with straight lines. That's not a curve, right? Where do you get this curve from without points that are just straight lines? I think we touched on this before too.
Well, when you go in a straight line, you're making a curve according to them.
Want to piss a carpenter off? Tell him you're going to put a lot of arcs or curves over the hallways. Same thing with the sheetrock guys. It's not easy.
Yeah.
You have to use a lot of small straight lines.
Yeah.
Or like those weird shapes, like they want some sort of star pattern or whatever.
Yeah,
even those are symmetrical. Even those are symmetrical. Sorry.
I used to put.
Come on, Jeremy, go ahead.
Look like he's distracted.
Jeremy, you were hot mic. If you want to make a curved or arc, just go to your local lake, put some wood on the top of the water, and voila.
Well, that
your
sounds
board
good,
is
Rock. That sounds good, Rocky. I can curve a ball.
And now they know how the arc was made, for the.
And I'm thinking, when you curve,
I was gonna say I used to.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I was gonna say I used to install floors, and I did a lot of curvy shit sometimes, and it just fucking sucks. It sucks trying to put a floor and when it was curved. I did a curving staircase. It was just fucking brutal.
Yeah.
I was thinking about baseball terms.
So much easier to line straight up.
Hey, Bev, I just wanted to ask one thing for clarification. So, would we try to make these premises like deal with the arguments that we normally make in here, or just any premise about any topic?
That's the idea. Like, for the starters, we've made this statement horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, right? So structure your argument around it.
Okay, roger that.
I mean, hopefully, like when we get into this and if this thing flows, then each week we can get one of the best argument. Like, if you've heard an argument from a Glober, then we can base our statements around that. And then the next week we come back and we're all come back together and we all have a if P then Q based around that argument, right? So it'll either validify the argument either way. Well, either way. There's only one way this logic goes. The truth value becomes apparent. Like, only the truth comes out here. There's no sophistry in this logic. It's just truth values. That's all we're bothered about. And we're after the best way to get the most truth out of the best statement. The easiest argument to get the most truth. That's all we're after. So, yeah, base it around something that you want to make an argument about, right? The idea is that all of these arguments that we get together will be able to be put into a nice little package, maybe a 3-4 minute video that then can be displayed, right? As here's an argument. The whole point of this, when you look into it, right? The initial premises, if P then Q, that's the argument. That's the basis of the argument. Then how you use that is how you formulate the argument to get the conclusion at the end of it, right? Now, it comes to a truth statement of whether the best ones will be like very truthful, but you still need to find some evidence to validify it, right? It's no good as a logical statement on its own without something to validify it. So we're not after that end bit. We don't want anyone to feel threatened or anything by what's going on here. This is just the formulation of words into a statement, right? There's no need for everyone to get on the defensive or start attacking people because of they're just words and arguments. Nobody needs to get threatened by it. Even, the idea of it. At the end, there might be some really good statements, though.
If I can't have unicorns, though, then I might get triggered.
Well, I don't think unicorns will go down that well.
You should get triggered. If I can't touch it, it's not there.
If I can't invoke black holes, what's the point?
Yeah. So, if that's what you want to dabble on, that'll be your fantasy.
So why did Brandon's Flat Earth server fall apart?
I don't care nothing about that.
He hasn't had a server. He hasn't had a show.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's still there. It's
not
Brandon's
is awesome. I love it at Brandon's.
He's out of town. He'll be starting. I thought he was going to do it Monday, but he should be starting it back up any day.
This is kind of shitty.
Yeah, you can go over there all you want.
This is a really good server. It's got some of the best sound I've ever heard.
I was going to say fully
check.
boosted.
What's going on, everyone?
Yeah, it's a fully boosted. Sounds good. You get the stream.
Matrix Media J is super loud.
So if I was a conspiracy theorist, I would say, just thinking like P-Shade, that is highly suspicious of Brandon's server just disappearing.
I'm not thinking
it's not disappearing. It's like, just dead.
I'm not particularly bothered about talking about somebody else's server at the minute. Like that's not
there's
the
no
idea
point.
of what we're
Server's
doing
a lot
here.
better. Just I don't know why the split happened.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
There is no split. People are just
It's very obviously a split. There wouldn't be another community otherwise.
Not at all.
Well,
Not at all. I don't think so.
Why do you guys always have to turn it into a division thing or a competition?
I don't think there's a split though.
Oh, it was probably just taking a toll on him. Like, remember, he never really received a lot of donations and stuff, and ultimately, he's putting the time in. So he probably just figured out, like, all right, this is fun or whatever.
He's out of town and he's busy. He's out of town and he's busy.
Bro,
you don't think?
Let's simplify in this server instead of because not everyone's allowed in Brandon's, right? And again, you can single me out as being one of the band's people, but it's nice not only to be in a server to be allowed, but to where you can meet other. Where you could congregate with like people that disagree, get your thoughts and your things out there. So I think this.
Dude, but to be fair, right to hand, you kind of a little more chill now, bro. Before used to be hella intense, bro. So now
you're not worried about that.
Hold on,
Stop.
he's still the same. Hold on, he's still the same. It's just the Brenda thing. That's what happened. That's it. That's why
you need to move on from the personal
Yeah,
stuff.
I know.
Thank you.
Yeah. But let's talk about some logical arguments.
I'm the first.
Hold on, Rakia. Nobody's attacking no one.
Nobody's attacking anybody.
No.
Nobody said they were.
No.
Yeah, no, I didn't say they were. I just say we need to move on about talking about people. We're here to talk about subjects.
Yeah, logical statements.
Yeah.
Are you talking about me right now, Rakia?
No.
Whoever was
Ban
talking
yourself.
about. Give me 1 second. Maybe I'm wrong, right? You can tell me if I'm wrong. So we were talking about. We were mentioning a lot of names, right? That's people. Right, the hand, Brenda, whatever.
I was just saying
That's not what we're about here.
I was just
then
saying
when you interrupted and say we're here to talk about subjects, not people, you're talking about the people.
Right. If you're mentioning names, you're talking about a specific person. Right? What Right the Hand did, where, and Brandon's channel, or whatever. I just it leads to it leads away from the topic at hand. We're talking about logic here.
Yeah, one of the reasons this server is logical, right, is because, in my eyes, at least, right, it allows all of the views, right? So when you get all of the views, if you have some views that are locked off, I feel like you're not going to get the full logic, right? Because somebody might be able to question your logic, and if they're being I think a lot of people are being kept out just for that reason alone, because they're able to question the logic.
Damn, Skippy.
I don't have any problems with logic, but it's like, right? If the Earth isn't a sphere, right? Then how can one define logic? Like, how can one define reason when we have no idea
I gave you a
what
good
we
one.
live in?
That's not a good premise.
Yeah, did you just do an if then?
Yeah, he did.
He did, yeah. That was bad,
That's
right?
what...
Did you even notice you did that then?
What was it exactly that I did?
You said if the Earth is a sphere, then something about logic.
No. You said I said if that isn't the case, right? If what we're arguing that the Earth isn't a globe, then one has to question even what is logic and reason, because then it's pretty much open to anything. If it isn't a sphere flying through space, if it wasn't a Big Bang, we have to question what is logic and reason then.
That wouldn't be a good premise to a logical statement.
You just used two ifs.
The thing about logic and reason. The thing about logic and reason to me is that if you don't have all of the story, you wouldn't be able how to place logic and reason properly, because you're missing information. And this is how I feel about this subject. We're missing a lot of information.
That's why that's what I told Kosher, right? For something to be logical, it has to be true. Otherwise, it cannot be logical. Or maybe I don't know if you guys can.
Logic uses the information you have available, not the information you don't have available.
And it just places it in a way that you can understand easily.
That's why unicorns are logically ridiculous, because there's no information on unicorns to start basing logical arguments about them.
Conclusion.
Actually, not at all, because there are horses and there are animals with horns. So it isn't illogical to suggest that in one time there was a horse with a horn.
A unicorn is mythical. That's one of the things about unicorns.
All right, but so were dragons, were mystical. So were a lot of the things in the past were mystical.
Yeah,
you know what the word mythical?
Yeah. Mito. I know what it means.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but the thing is, it isn't logical to say that dragons and unicorns are mythical and they never existed. Because we're in this time and we don't see them, it isn't logical, because again, you're missing information.
How the fuck
No. Mythical is a descriptive, though. Mythical is a descriptive, right?
Hey Jay, I think if you want Kosho and who was the other one? Mole Man would let you be on their team.
No. Yeah, that might be their team.
Team Imagination, we're calling it.
It sounds a little narrow-minded to me when you tell somebody that doesn't believe in the globe that you can't imagine this or you can't think about this without evidence. There isn't really evidence about anything. So at this point, everybody's just choosing to believe whatever they want to believe for whatever reason. So
then you would formulate a logical statement to back that up.
But again, if we don't have all the details, how do we come up with good rationing and good logic? If we don't have all the if we don't have all the information,
you can't do that. You have to start from a foundation. You can't know everything just to do something.
Exactly. Exactly. If you knew everything, then what is the point of even keep talking or researching it? You're gonna start by the premise, and then you move forward from that premise. That's it.
If you had all the information, you wouldn't even need what we're doing. We're trying to come to the truths and the informations. You know, we're trying to build the path there.
The logical position is derived from the information.
Hey, evidently your microphone's like really bad right now.
Sorry, bro.
It always is. Flying so ahead is a shitty Bluetooth. Sorry.
No, we can barely understand you.
It's clipping bad.
To be clear, I know I didn't say having all the information. I think we are missing a lot of information. Of course, we will never have all the information, but I think we're missing a lot of information to make any kind of conclusions about anything. You know about.
So I would make the premise from what you're saying. I would make the premise that you would say, if you don't have all the information, then you can't make a logical statement.
Well, I could give you an analogy of sorts. I can give you an analogy of sorts. Yeah, man, fix your mic. I can give you an analogy that I've come up with to kind of get you thinking on what I'm talking about when I mean logic and reason, right? It's something that I came up with. You guys seen the movie The Village, right? And you guys, if you've seen the movie The Village, you guys understand that it's taking place in the times that
modern
the movie was
day.
filmed. Yeah, it's modern day, but where they live in some kind of place where they think that they're the only ones and there's nobody else, right? So I'm gonna give you a hypothetical so you can understand what I mean when I'm talking about logic and reasoning, right?
That's not the premise of the movie, but keep going. Yeah.
All right. Let's just say somebody from the village, some kid or whatever, he went out and he saw a helicopter. Right? He's never seen a helicopter. Nobody in that village, other than the elders, which would be called the elites, other than they know that helicopters are real, right? Let's say one of the kids saw a helicopter flying, and they go to the rest of the village, and he starts talking to them about, hey, I saw something flying, whatever he decides to call it, because he don't know what a helicopter is, so he wouldn't know it's a helicopter. But the friends, everybody else is gonna say, no, that isn't rational. That isn't logical because they have never seen a helicopter, so they have nothing else to compare it to. They have no premise. They have nothing. But mind you, I like this example because in that movie, when we notice that the blind girl left the village, there are in modern times, so there exist cars, there exist planes. So you could almost compare it to the UFO kind of scenario in real life, where we get people that say, hey man, we saw something weird, and a lot of people tell them that isn't logical. It is irrational because we've never seen it, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is that they will call him crazy and they will ostracize that whoever saw the helicopter simply because they have never seen a helicopter. They don't even have a concept of what a helicopter is, right?
But that falls apart because they have like comparisons to that. Like a car to them would just be like a wagon, right? Then
but what I'm trying to tell you, because the rest of the village, is missing the information. Because of the rest of the village has never seen a helicopter and missing information on the times that they're actually living in. They would tell the person that saw the helicopter that he's not using logic, that he's irrational, right? Simply because of missing that information. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys, right? When it comes to the shape of the earth, I'm not done. Guys, hold on.
I know
when it comes to the shape of the earth, we're missing information.
This is just like
the movie, right?
Yeah. It's a hypothetical about the movie.
I know, but
that is you're right.
No, wait a minute. Wait. But when you're saying,
I'm coming straight.
When you're talking about seeing something, all that, and you don't have all the information, you can still use logic within the situation.
Yes,
so if somebody comes up and tells you a story, you would say logic, like you would use logic yourself and say, has this person lied to me multiple times?
Are they trustworthy? Do they have
that has nothing to do with
You would
logic,
use
though.
logic within the situation. You don't
But
have
that
to
has
know
nothing
all
to
the
do with logic.
information.
When somebody has,
Hold on. Let me say something, guys. At this point, you have inserted when
Wow.
you said when you. What happened?
What happened?
Yeah, I mean, you just bursted.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
I mean, everybody kind of stopped, but just calm down a little bit.
I'll wait.
We'll sit back and be quiet while the main players just talk.
No, I mean, he just excited. Just go ahead, man. We want to hear you. Just
No, I was just gonna say that when he said that you can make a logical thing when of the person lied to you many times, you inserted now that they have history, and on his example, he didn't have that. It's just the first time he's telling the people that she saw something flying, and I was gonna say
we
that
get it.
if you think on the history of humans, that's why they used to burn people, thinking that they were witches and stuff like that, right? Because people didn't understand it. It didn't make sense.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I was going with that. It took you silent.
I can only determine what's logical to me from the information I have at hand.
This
Okay.
guy, now he
Now,
got
if
a
new
he got a better
information-
mic, and now he can talk.
Yeah, let him
Yeah,
finish now.
new info. I can only make a logical determination for myself based on the information I have at hand. Now, if someone else brings new information along, it may undermine my previous logic, and I may form a new logical conclusion. But
that's why they
you
call it
can- you
logic
can-
and reasoning.
Yeah, exactly, exactly, Rakia.
Well, in my analogy, the claim of the helicopter, which would be something weird for the rest of the villagers, it could go hand in hand with the people that claim UFOs, the people that claim to see fairies, people that claim to see freaking unicorns, people that have documented dragons. It's the same kind of thing.
It's
the same kind of thing.
subjective.
Wait. You're making
let me say one thing. Hang on. This might summarize it for a lot of people because we get your point about the lack of information, but just like in measurements, there's levels of logic, right? First,
You breaking up, or is it me?
You
first
broke
order,
up there.
First order. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
you're good now.
First order logic, just like first order measurements, supersede everything else. So, there's levels of logic too. So first order logic would be.
You broke up again, Rakia.
Breaking up.
Yeah.
That I was gonna say. Somebody said that logic.
Here we
Can
go
you guys
again.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I want a question to him.
All right.
Go ahead. About to get pissed off.
Should I speak or?
Go ahead.
All right. I was gonna say that somebody said that our logic is based on our information and the reasoning based on that information. That's where a lot of people fall into this Dunning-Kruger effect, right? Thinking that they have all the information there is in existence.
No, that's not how logic is based. The logic is just the words that we use to formulate, to put in a position to express the argument. We say, if this, then this.
Yep. But without the information, Bev, you wouldn't be able to say those things.
Let me just quickly get back to that example of the village, right? That village thing with the helicopter. So the guy sees the helicopter. He comes back.
I don't want to talk about helicopters, to be honest.
Well, we're talking about logic, but all good.
Okay.
So what do you think about that, Bev?
It's already wrong. You're already wrong.
We were talking about this earlier. You cannot build an entire house until you learn basics. You have to build a foundation.
First order logic is the foundation.
Yeah. We're just trying to build the foundation.
Okay, and when your foundation is based on erroneous conclusions?
It's not based on erroneous conclusion. It's based on an if-then premise to start off with. That's what it's based on. That's what we're trying to get formulated. If
what was if
then?
No, Bev. You cannot have a if then if you don't have previous information of what you're about to state.
Don't understand
Why? Please state why. Why can we not make an if-then statement? Why? Tell me.
Because how do you know what you're talking about?
By making an if-then statement with the words that we can use. It's very simple.
Yeah, let's say we don't know something about some place that we don't know.
Well, then we wouldn't make a formal statement about that. We wouldn't start that.
Exactly, correctly. There you go. You're giving me.
Yeah.
I was just pointing the point. I need.
You're not gonna cut me
I
off.
need to point something out. No, you shouldn't. I ain't said nothing yet. I've not said anything yet, and this is an issue.
I haven't got a chance either.
Fe evidently was talking, and he was talking, and he left. I wanted to bring that to Rocky's attention that Fe got ran off.
You don't understand what I'm talking about right now.
Fe,
yeah, evidently. Fe van.
Okay, cry them tears somewhere else. Now, when somebody asks you to hand you, let me get that straight edge. Give me a straight edge. Can you do it? What you gonna grab? Silent.
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Give me that straight edge ruler right there.
Yeah, at this point, I gotta have the information of what a ruler is, what a straight is, and what an edge is. Otherwise, I'm gonna bring you a ball, and you're gonna say, "No, this is not what I'm talking about," right?
See,
without the information. No, brother. If I don't have the information of what you're talking about, how am I gonna bring you what you're asking for?
So you can't do logic?
You do logic with the information you have, man. This is very simple.
Exactly. If I don't have that information,
what are we talking about then?
Hang on.
Dude.
Please, can I?
Silent zero. You dancing on infinite regress fallacy, bud.
Yeah. Do you need straight and edge defined for you?
Well, at this point right now, in this point, we have so much information. I'm placing myself in a place where neither you or me had any of this information, right? You wouldn't know what a straight or edge.
What information?
Well, what he's asking for.
What information are you talking about?
What he's asking for, Beb.
What's he asking for?
He's asking for a straight edge ruler.
Yeah. Do you know what a straight edge ruler is?
At this point in my time, yes. But
brilliant. So you can use that then within your logic, right? What's the next thing that you have a problem with?
You're missing the point, Bev.
I'm trying to get to the point.
I could make a logical statement for you. If you tell me what a straight edge is, then I'll know what to get to hand to you.
All right. I mean, guys, you're not understanding what my point here. My point here is that without any previous information, you cannot make if-then statements. You gotta have already some knowledge of what you're talking about. Otherwise, it's not gonna make any sense.
I just told you the previous information. You can use logic. He said, "Get me a straight edge." You could use logic to say, if I don't know what a straight edge is, then I can ask him what it is. If he tells me what that straight edge is, then I'll know what to get for him. That's logic.
You're not talking about logic right there. You're not talking about logic right there. No.
Wow.
You're talking about giving information to a person who doesn't know what you're talking about. That has nothing to do with logic.
And he got mod powers? Goodness gracious. What is this world coming to?
Do you have a problem with me or what? What is your problem with me?
Not at all.
Yeah. Let's not talk about the mods, but yeah, let's cool it down just
No.
a step or two.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I get your point. Seems a little high strung to me too. That's why I told him to, wow earlier. But
I want to learn
all
too.
of us can step down a little bit.
Yeah, everybody here, no doubt, wants to learn in what's going on around here, right? I want to make better use of logic within the arguments. Now, if it seems like somebody doesn't understand it or has a real problem with formulating logic, then let's hear it, right? Because this is going to come out. We all want to formulate better arguments by doing this. We all can learn. So what is it that's the problem? I mean, if you're saying we can't formulate logic about shit that we don't know about, well, I don't think anybody would formulate logic on shit that they don't know about. It would get picked to pieces, right? Because you don't know what you're making your logic about. That's the idea about us trying to formulate good logic.
That's my whole point, Bev. That was what is his name? The guy that came with the movie thing. That was his point.
Matrix.
Yeah, that with the Matrix, that without the information, we wouldn't be able to make logical statements. That's it. That's all, and that is a true fact.
It's either that, or it's either that, Silent, or we are using ration and logic. We are using those words wrong.
Because, Beb, you already agree with this. You already agree with this. If we don't know what we're talking about, then it will turn to pieces. Yeah.
Okay, well, why is the question? Why are we talking about things that we don't know about? And why are we talking about making logical arguments about things that we don't know about? Because we
I'm
won't
not talking about that.
do that.
Or I can tell you why I brought it up.
We seem to have wasted a fair bit of time.
I can tell you why I brought it up. Ben.
There you go, Matrix. Explain yourself, because that's not me.
Okay, so because I'm talking about logic and reason, right? Right now, with this server and most of the groups that we hang around, we like to talk about the shape of the Earth, which has an implication towards the nature of our reality. Okay, I'm not a flat earther. I'm one of the original not a flat earthers. I'm definitely not a glober, but I realize that flat is an aspect of a shape. Most of the shapes, only a sphere doesn't have flat surface. So when I'm talking about logic and reasoning, I want to be able to understand more. What is this thing that we put our feet in? Does it have an actual shape, right? You're one of the people that says that horizontal is a straight line or whatever. Okay, so let's take that to its logical conclusion, right? Most of us don't adhere to the Gleason's model. If it isn't the Gleason's model, right, then you have a problem with logic and reasoning, because what you're gonna be left with is some sort of weird Arwin rectangular looping model where the sun disappears from somewhere, reappears somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? So it leads to a lot of more questions, bro, and it's definitely not going to be logical or reasonable at all. That's why I brought it up.
Well, I don't know. You're making assumptions about the sun, right? I'm not. I would never base any logic around the light in the sky, because I haven't got a clue what it is, right? I would base logic around things that I do know. Now, I don't want to make a logical conclusion about what I do know onto something that I don't know, because that would not be a logical conclusion. So I
would
don't
you say
make
level
that.
is a straight line? Level is a straight line. Would you say level is
yes, I can prove it.
Do you adhere to the Gleason's model of the flat Earth?
No.
Oh, okay, so in my mind, the only logic that I could come up with that we could explain what the sun is doing. Of course, we don't know what the sky is doing, but the only thing that I could come up with is that it's doing some sort of circle motion around the Gleasons, right? If the Gleason's model is not the truth, what the hell is the shape of the thing we're living on?
An if what?
Well, because we don't have all the information.
Like, well, don't try and do it then. Like,
we forget it. We don't try it because it doesn't,
Can I ask a question? when you say what the sun is doing, the sun is in the sky. Okay, cool. Cool beans. Matrix.
The sun is moving.
Yeah, it's in the sky. Yes. Always been. Always will be.
Is it
Mario,
circling?
I'm not talking to you.
I'm kidding.
I'm just asking this so if anybody else have thought about this logically and reasonable, because
you
in
cannot.
my head, I have it moving straight over an infinite plane. Like it just comes back to the other side, right? Like it's a rendering. But that's
can I
that's
do
not a
this
logical
right?
statement.
You've just talked about logic and basing logic on stuff you don't know. Then how can you go into a logical argument about the light in the sky? Something that you can know nothing about other than it's a light in the sky.
But that's basically the premise for my entire argument about logic and reasoning, that maybe we're just using logic and reasoning wrong.
Well, no, not. If you are doing it about the lights in the sky or unicorns or Father Christmas's boots, then yeah, you were doing it wrong. You can only use what we know about. And you'd be surprised at how little you actually know about. That's the point of this logic.
Trust me, Bev. I've come to that realization in year one of Flat Earth. In year one, I realized that we don't know anything. Our entire system was something created. Everything that we think we know and believe to be true is not true. I learned that in year one of Flat Earth. This is like my 6th year in this.
Well, if you're going to say you don't know anything, then how can you even say you're using logic to make have a logical outcome?
Not the point. Not the point of what I was saying.
Matrix, what Bev is saying is that you can.
What was that?
I just have to point out that Matrix said we know nothing, but he wants to use logic to have an outcome on something that he doesn't know anything about.
No. I'm questioning logic and reasoning. I'm questioning our use of the word logic and reasoning, and are we applying it correctly in this scenario?
Well, if you don't know how to apply logic correctly, how can you use logic at all?
No. There's nothing wrong with applying logic and reasoning. What I'm questioning is our ability to apply it correctly in this topic.
When you say our, like, please don't say that, because we are here trying to discuss how we start the foundations of logic. It's simple. If P, then Q, right? We never had a problem with it. There's most people here who've tried to sort this out. Right, we've been here for, I don't know, quite a few hours. I don't know how long the stream's been running for. 4 hours. Right, we've been discussing this right from the beginning, and we've been through this very argument 2 or 3 times. If you cannot base the whole idea of what we're doing is to come up with a if P then Q statement in a week's time, based around the fact of vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Now you can do what you want with that statement and come back in a week's time with a if P then Q statement. That's all we're asking for. Now, if you can't base that on anything that you know about, then you can't bring a logical if P then Q. We're not asking for the full formulation to add a modus ponens or a modus tollens or reducto. You know, nobody's asking for that. We just want if P then Q. And if you can bring it and hopefully just talk about it.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
You cutting out there, Zero.
Glovers, right?
Yeah.
A true.
What do you mean? What do you mean go by side? Give me your side.
A true statement is that water is always level, right? And that's a logical statement, right? So when you have people trying to bend water around a ball, it's illogical because you never seen water behave that way. in big amounts, right?
Are you
So at that
remember?
point, it turns
Remember,
into a illogical.
You remember the information thing, right? These people that claim that water sticks to a ball and it bends, they have the information of gravity. So they use that information to justify their logic and their reasoning.
Yeah, but that information is false, right?
Yeah. So it's never been proven. So why are you pushing it?
Yeah, let them worry about that, right? Let them try and formulate it into a logical.
But I just give you an example. I just give you an example, Matrix. So what logic is based on true facts.
Matrix. Go ahead.
Or is it based on what you believe to be true and not actual truth?
I'm sorry if you fall into that whole. I mean,
they fall into each
I don't know what to tell you, bro.
We all fell into that. Remember, we all fell into that. Into all those fights. Come on, we were all Glovers a couple of years ago. All of us. We cold-heartedly believed in it.
No, because you're talking at this point. You're talking about truths being relative to each person, which is not. That's not the case.
It's time to take over the conversation.
What was that?
Is it time for y'all to take over the conversation?
Nah, man, you could interject, bro. We're just having a conversation. You can interject with whatever topic you want.
Okay. So we're speaking about truth and logic.
Yeah.
All right. Good job. Good buddy.
Did you interrupt for that?
Yeah, because you're speaking about that model, and I don't care nothing about that model. I was going to ask Matrix what model he got I can look at.
I couldn't recommend you a model. Again, I question all the models. I question everything, bro. So I couldn't even recommend you a model. If anybody confident about the Gleason's model?
Nah.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Then.
Isn't that a map?
It's the Gleason model or the map.
Isn't that a map?
It's a so-called projection of the globe.
Is it a map? Because if it's a map, then it's not a model.
I think it's a
map is a model.
I think that when he's talking about when he says model, he's talking about the whole conjunction of things based on like the water, the land.
But that would be giving a 100% entirety, wouldn't it?
No, a model is a simplified representation of a concept.
Of something.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this map that I have here of the area that I live in, that's to scale, would you class that as a model?
Did Bev just say that maps are not a model?
I'm just asking again, a clarifier from you guys. This map that I have here, that's to scale, 1 to 50,000, is that a model?
Yes.
Okay, right. So you would class that map as a model, and I can do triangles on it and 180 degrees. I would be able to use that as a model to describe reality, right?
Yeah, the portion of the reality that falls on the map. That's correct.
Okay, so well that would then prove that oh wait a minute, all triangles having 180 degrees, that would be a plane surface, right? So I could use that with a geometric proof to prove that it is a plane surface that we live on, right?
No, because
it's not, is it? So it's not a model.
Your map is a projection of the globe, and if you look
it's a model.
really carefully,
right?
If you look, hold on,
NASA, we're talking about logic.
Listen to me for a moment.
Okay, make it logical then, please.
If you're,
I need you to be louder.
No, wait a minute. He's just done it.
Listen to me.
If,
how come all the people can talk over me?
I was just trying to tell him, Redmond, to give you chance to say something, right? Paid NASA, are you okay with that? I noticed you started with the if, really so please start with that again.
Okay, try start again. Okay, Bev, look really carefully at your map. Look really carefully. if you are observant, you will see that the top of the map is smaller than the bottom of the map in scale. Why
No,
is that?
it is not.
It is. Yes.
The map that I've got here in front of me is scale 1 to 50,000. It is that scale everywhere, across the entirety
Really
of the map.
The map is it the Glee? What kind of map do you have?
It's an ordnance survey.
What's the projection?
Land Ranger.
Know about. How are you going to tell him his map is off if you didn't even know what map he has?
Because some maps are. I don't know what kind of a map an ordnance survey is.
If paid NASA shill speaks, then it will be bullshit.
It's an overlapping.
Right.
Logical statement, Bev. That's a great logical statement.
On the fly.
On
the fly.
Hang on, guys.
It's an overlapping grid.
Hang on 1 second. I don't talk very often here. Hang on. Hey, NASA Shill, you were third in line to not be quiet when I was talking, so no big deal. But just know we're talking about logic here. Okay, Paige, you came a little late, so this is a logical discussion. Bev is. Hang on one second, if you don't mind. You may be lagging behind here. You might be having trouble with your mic or something. But Bev is the host about a logic subject, so keep it on that subject, and respect him as the host and a mod, please. Thanks.
The only thing I have to say about Ordnance Survey is that it's an overlapping grid coordinate system.
It is a grid coordinate system, yes. All of the grids of all of the maps do line up, and they overlap each other because obviously one bit of one map of the grid fits on the other map of the grid, and the entire UK fits on that grid coordinate system, yes.
Which is, of course, a flea-fart of Earth's surface.
Yeah, okay, so do you want to follow it up with a logical statement? Because what we're doing here, like I say, that's what we're doing. It's logic-based,
Okay.
this. So
Well, here's a logic statement that I posted earlier. If the Earth is a flat plane with the sun and moon circling overhead, circling over the surface, between the tropics, P, then the sun and moon should never appear south of the perimeter of the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, you've got a should in there.
The sun does appear south of the Arctic Circle.
Wait a minute, please, Sonic.
Therefore, not P.
Yeah, we're not talking about the entirety of the logical argument just yet. Anyway, all we're after is that if P, then Q. We don't want the modus tollens, modus ponens, or anything else at the minute.
Well, that was a logical argument.
Well, you've put a should in there, right?
Yeah,
that turns it into inductive, right? It's not the sort of if P then Q that we're after.
Also, we don't logically know if the sun and the moon is actually circle this flat Earth. The land, you could have gotten the land right, and the sun could be us entirely. See, that's one of the other things that we just don't know.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what we're talking about. You don't make logical statements about things you don't know. Now, we don't know what the sun and moon are doing over the surface of the Earth, so we don't make statements about that.
Go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, that's right. So, and that's not formulated properly. All we're after, like I'll say it again, right? We're after some people who want to make some if P then Q statements, right? Or whatever you want to call it, premise. Set it up. It's the setup for a actual logical argument that we can build on, right? So we're just after the if P then Q based around the statement vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
So we're not just doing logic, we're doing your vertical and perpendicular.
That's the statement for this round of logic. For 1 week, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. That's the statement We just want some if P, then Q statements to next week that we can then discuss. Do you understand that? You know, like, do you understand the formulation of a if P, then Q from the initial statement, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular?
Well, I'm not going to play in Bev's, you're in your normal argument. It's just not worth it. But
bro, you
so
doing good
now. I will duck out for now.
Okay, thank you.
Why you are afraid of logic? Don't be afraid of logic, bro.
There's a false premise in there, which is a little bit.
No. You misunderstood him. That's his premise. You can bring your own premise of logic. If P, then Q.
No, with his premise, there's no room for the fact that, or not for the fact, for the argument regarding what would happen on a sphere.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course there is.
That's the point of a logical argument.
Well,
Simply.
Hey, horizontal cannot be on.
There's no room for illogic in a logical argument. You're seeing the point now.
Good day.
No, there's no logic. Spheres exist, therefore we can take measurements on spheres.
Oh, that's a great point, right hand. That's a great point.
It doesn't mean the Earth is
not. Holy shit! The spheres exist. We could take. What is your conclusion on that, bro?
Stop, bro.
No, we don't want a conclusion for it. Right?
Well, spheres exist, therefore we can measure them.
Brilliant.
And therefore, premises are false.
You do realise the fact that the statement was vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. And the best you can offer up is spheres exist, therefore we can measure them. And exactly how does that? You're proving it to us here, right? You are definitely proving that you do not understand.
All verticals are not perpendicular to each other.
Okay, that's a good statement, right? Build your logic on that. Do it. Bring it back next week. Start practicing now. If something, verticals, then not parallel, right? Off you go.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you any more help, but I mean, yeah, bring it back next week. Something, just anything, doesn't matter.
He actually did say verticals aren't perpendicular. So. If down is to the center of the ball, then verticals will not be parallel.
Don't help them.
Oh, don't just give them their argument.
And we did just debunk that earlier. He may not have heard it.
All verticals are not perpendicular, therefore the Earth is not flat.
All verticals aren't perpendicular.
Parallel, they meant, I guess.
Oh, he got his girlfriend's chiming in.
Logic. Well, I mean, it's okay.
Everybody needs correcting when they get things wrong. I mean, that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, but
that's why we want this to be a team. We want this to be a team effort, really, because you don't want anyone embarrassing. Oh well, I guess everybody on your side would be representing the model. Everyone should be in this for just the truth matter, right? But I'm guessing that the model defenders want to help each other out. I mean, you can, team up with Zanuck.
Just reality defenders, not model defenders.
Well, that's all we're after here with this. It's just the truth value of all of these statements. But we don't want to trigger anybody with going into the conclusions. We just want to keep on the if P then Q. Because nobody could argue about that, could they? You can't argue with an initial statement. Can you? I don't know.
Of course
anyway.
You can. If it's counterfactual, of course you can.
Counterfactual. Yeah. That sounds good.
Get your team, RC, Marcy.
Well, I got a good if then. That's gonna be tough. It's gonna be just the if
save it. Save it. Save it, bro.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving it away. Then they'll know what to counter it with, right? If you give them a week's worth of them trying to find an argument how to counter your argument, they'll never end up with one.
Oh, damn.
Wait, babe, but how do you counter a logical argument which can only be true with another logical argument without
Solid.
without
Go get your team. Go get your team. See how you do.
Logical
Don't worry
arguments are
about
only
me.
proof.
Don't worry about me.
Logical
Okay.
arguments are only proven when they're shown to be true in real life, true and complete.
Yeah, that's a few weeks down in the road, right? That's a few weeks down.
He ran you over.
We'll do the all of this if P then Q, and then
hey babe,
hopefully the you Globers might end up with a good one, and then we can put that into a debate.
Babe,
yeah.
Whatever happened to the prediction with Ranty? Did it came through with that thing?
My prediction's coming true.
No, I know you. I know you didn't have a prediction.
No, he did put a prediction.
My prediction is Ranty won't go. He'll get too scared. It's too big a moment, right? The limelight will hit Ranty, and it will be too much for him. But I mean, that's beside the point. We know that's a completely different issue. Something that Ranty won't do. And Ruhif's gone missing as well. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
It's a bit weird. Since Ranty didn't go, like not last weekend, the weekend before, Ruhif's been missing.
If Bev is top of Winter Hill.
I've been up there, so I already know. That's why I say it's a bit unfair for me to be predicting something when I've looked through an auto level and been up Winter Hill. Everybody else is just guessing from nothing. They've got no idea of anything. They might have guessed some measurements or something, but I mean they've got no idea what it'll look like.
Well, Chuck was predicting that the crossover was gonna be in the sky, so that's a tough one.
Who?
Chuck.
Chuck hadn't been there, so that's disregard. Good day, Chuck.
Predicting it would be in the air, but I mean that's a pretty much given, isn't it? Because you are going up a mountain with an auto level.
I gotta get that gift. Can you send it to me again?
But you're looking at mountains that are taller than your observation point, right?
Looking at what? Did you say?
Aren't the mountains that off in the distance taller than your observation point?
What mountains in the distance?
Well, isn't the Blackpool Tower observation what you're talking about?
A Blackpool Tower observation?
Yeah.
Do you answer everything to the question?
From Winter Hill? Is what I'm saying.
Shut up. Really boring.
You have to remember, I've actually been there. So when I say mountains, it's like, what mountains? I mean, I know there's mountains in France. I'm not expecting to see them from Winter Hill.
The mountains that you see from Winter Hill.
Wait. Talk. One guy talk that has something to point out. Just them talk.
There is no seeing mountains. Well, actually, there might be if you turn around.
Okay.
That's why Ranty's not going to go. Ranty's wrote a book that nobody's seen yet on optics. So Ranty, of all people, should know what you would see from Winter Hill. I mean, he had a P900 and a P1000.
Ooh.
So you presume he's had to look through them once or twice. Took a couple of pictures. I don't know whether he's actually ever been up Winter Hill to take a picture. Or whether he just used Sandra's pictures all along.
That's a deep dig right there. Or video.
But yeah, I mean, my prediction is that I don't think he'll go.
What if he does? What's he going to see, Bev?
I've already shown a picture, right?
He won't go
I've shown a
unless
picture
Bev makes a prediction.
of the sort of thing that he will see. I've already done it. There's a video out there where I've shown the prediction that I said the sort of thing Ranty will see through his auto
Okay, Bev,
level.
can you summarize it in 2 sentences for us?
Don't need to summarize it. It's already been shown.
Yeah. Watch
Bev, could you
the
summarize
video.
what he'll see in 2
Yeah,
sentences?
RC Micey.
Watch the video.
RC Micey. Would you go watch the video? Give us views.
No, I'd
In
like
2
for
words,
Bev.
I'll get it.
crosshair in a picture. That's what you would see. Crosshair in a picture.
There
Is
you
that
go.
good, Maisty?
That's good. That's one prediction. There's another prediction for Ranty. Send him off now. Let's get him going. Let's get him to do this. I'm keen to get him up there. I've said I've filmed the entire thing. Him setting it up, getting it out of the box, unwrapping it, putting it on top of the tripod. If he's getting a tripod, I don't know if he's going that far. Whether he's just getting the auto level.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, Bev, do you promote tool abuse?
No, I do not.
No.
Okay. Because I would consider all that Ranty wants to do is abuse the tool. That's my prediction.
Yep.
Rob. He'll cry.
What?
He'll cry.
I know.
Once he
I know he will.
understands what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I think they're trying to conflate perspective with measurements.
Shh. Make him look like a dumbass. He's okay.
Yeah, he'll do a great job. Shut up, man.
Why does perspective not match what you suggest it does? Basically, the definition of perspective is, well, I'm not sure about definition, but the description of it is something will half in size as it doubles distance.
Yes.
Sounds like a linear.
Will it?
Yes.
No, it sounds like a linear relationship, that, right?
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, but doesn't the conditions of the medium have
Fantastic.
a large part of effect on that?
Rob, please.
Sorry.
Did you not hear that? It sounds like a linear relationship. Can I get a confirmation?
Strictly speaking about distance, yes.
Okay.
Not over the surface of the Earth.
So as something moves away, there is a linear representation of what happens when it moves away, right?
Angularly size, it will diminish in all sizes.
I don't think he was done
Vertical
talking.
and horizontal.
It's okay. That's good.
Uniformly.
That's a nice, a nice
Uniformly.
confirmation. Yeah.
Oh, two tag team. Sorry.
Now, on the surface of the Earth, this doesn't hold true because, well, the surface
Still
of the Earth
going.
is curved, or for whatever reason.
Yeah, you have a quadratic function, right?
I'm not sure.
Not a linear, but a quadratic. It's
Yeah, but if I look
mathematics.
at, at something at the exact same distance over in the sky, like an airplane, I can tell you exactly how
Wow.
far away the airplane is. Well, do you have to cackle every word that's said?
No, because he wasn't done talking.
Wait,
Go ahead, Bev.
what's a quadratic?
Oh dear.
Bev, the relationship.
There we go, another save.
Oh. Yeah, three times. 3 times on 1.
The relationship between two variables does not establish geometry of something, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
Can you put it in the live stream so I can see what you're talking about, RC Meisty?
You're saying there's no geometry to a half function.
No, what are you identifying
Wait a
as
minute.
a
Oh,
quadratic?
tag team? Is this?
Three
Like,
versus one.
somebody asks me something, then when I answer, then somebody else asks a question, and then somebody else asks a question, and then when you answer, somebody else answers, as though we don't know who we're talking to. It's a bit of state of confusion going on. Who am I talking to now?
Yeah, Bev, I asked the question.
Howard,
what
right, okay, Howard.
Are you referring to as a quadratic?
What am I? No, I just said, you said when we were looking through the thing that something diminishes by half if you double the distance. Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, now that is linear.
Yep.
Right. It's not quadratic.
You mean polynomial?
Oh, there we go. Look again.
You mean
RC doesn't trust you.
Micey.
No,
Shut
it's
up.
just okay. He doesn't trust Howard. Howard, make sure you're saying the right thing here because RC's watching what you're saying.
Bev, you said that, not him. You said it's not quadratic.
Definitely
and
doesn't want you to answer this, Howard. It's pretty obvious.
Bro.
Very obvious. Nicely what you guys are doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Bev was wrong in the first
No,
thing he
this is
said.
telling. This is telling, right?
Yeah, very
Don't
telling.
worry about the mod. It's telling, bro. This is telling the behavior that they're exhibiting.
Him to shut him down.
No, Redmond. This is good. We don't need this shutting down. Can you hear this, Howard? What RC is trying to tell you at the minute?
No, it's telling you, Bev. You were the one who
he's talking
claimed it's not quadratic. I said, no, it's not about it being quadratic or not. It's simply about it being polynomial or not. And the relationship between two variables like that when it comes to optics does not establish the geometry of something.
Well, it can establish the geometry of similar triangles. Absolutely.
No, but
that's why this works. At that relationship, it's a linear relationship. It's a linear relationship because it is using the geometry of similar triangles.
That's what that does.
Isosceles triangles, to be precise.
No, Beth.
Absolutely, yes.
No, it doesn't, Beth. Mm-hmm. Then show your equation of what it does. And how it shows the geometry.
You want me to show you where I know that from?
Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
I'll go and get a picture.
So Bev, hang on though. But Bev didn't say that if something doubles in distance, it shrinks by half. That wasn't Bev's claim.
So he doesn't agree with it?
No, I just agreed with it. Yeah, that's fine.
If you hint 1 to 100, hint.
That's how we know that the sun isn't moving away from us because it doesn't diminish in size.
Yeah.
Oh, another logical.
We're not deflecting onto the sun now.
No, it's okay. So we stick on this. There you go. Have a look at that, and just tell us. Run your eye over that. Tell us what happens. Whether you're happy with that.
Sure, Bev. And what do you want to say with this?
That's how it works. That's your linear relationship, right?
Great. This doesn't establish the geometry of the ground.
No. Who said that?
The
geometry is there in the relationship of similar isosceles triangles. That's
Good job,
geometry.
Bev. And that doesn't establish the geometry of the ground.
Who said it did?
Well, the argument was that it's not precise.
I am telling you, it doesn't.
No, all I said was, yes, I agree with you, and that relationship is not quadratic. It is linear. Correct?
You mean to say polynomial, the opposite
it's
of
linear, correct?
The opposite of linear is polynomial, not quadratic.
Okay, now RC, please step aside. Howard.
No, I'm gonna wipe your ass with this one here, okay? And you're gonna have fun with it.
You don't trust Howard, do you?
Oh, hang on.
It's okay. Howard, are you listening to this, Howard? I hope you are. Yep. You were okay with RC?
Are you cool with that?
You're okay with RC coming in? Okay, right, good.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Everyone take note. Howard is under RC. RC wants to take the lead. Now, RC, are you the geometer of this arena?
Yeah, I don't even like the direction.
Howard's back in. Well done.
Is
Nicely
your
done,
name
Howard. Come on.
Icy? Is your name
Come on.
Icy?
Yeah,
No, come on in, Howard.
This is getting a little getting hostile.
Come on back, Howard. Come on back.
Okay, now
Getting hostile.
that relationship there, Howard, is linear, isn't it? It's not quadratic. Would you agree to that?
Why do you even mention quadratic? I don't even know. That was my question.
Why are you still
I don't know.
speaking?
Why did somebody else mention the ground?
I'm speaking because I'm allowed. I'm speaking because I'm allowed to. This is an open discussion.
Yep.
Yep, 100%. You're right, Howard.
Okay. So it's not a quadratic equation, right? Within that.
Why do you bring quadratics into it? It's a
Because
linear
he said
process.
it was
We both
linear.
agree.
And I
And we
agreed.
both agree that it's linear, so why are you bringing quadratics?
Just to make sure that everybody
What
understands.
is 8 inches per mile squared?
Please, Rob.
That's
please.
Not part of perspective.
Please. We said that it is linear. And I said, just to make sure that everybody understands, a quadratic equation or a quadratic formula is not linear. Now, when I was asking that, I was asking, do you understand that being a linear relationship is not quadratic? Meaning,
Yes, and stated that
it's in a straight line, and quadratic is not in a straight line.
Why are you bringing that up? When
Because
we're
it was
speaking about
just to
perspective?
show everybody
Okay,
that
you've shown.
it is a difference
Show me where
between
you
a
can
straight
go.
line and a not straight line. And we're
Wonderful.
fine with it. I mean, if everybody
Perspective doesn't
understands that,
speak
that's
about
good.
the curve of the earth.
It gets
Perspective only speaks about the size of objects at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to add another thing into it, the surface, then we can add that in with your quadratic if you want. But right now,
You can't add it into the optical, though, can you?
Perspective reduces things by half the size but double the distance.
Yeah,
Now,
a linear relationship. You can't add a quadratic
Wonderful.
into
You
that,
said
can
it's a
you?
linear relationship 100 times. Now let's get on beyond that verbal diarrhea that you keep on dumping on us.
You see, the problem is that is the tool.
Saying you wouldn't call it verbal diarrhea.
That is the tool that we use to establish elevation changes. It's within the scope of every tool that we use to establish elevation changes. Now, if that relationship that we use within that tool is linear, well, if then type statements. But I mean, we'll leave those for another date, right?
All right. I'm out. Have a good one, gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's not worth it talking.
Yeah, get out of here.
See you later, Zanuck.
God, you're a little hostile little shit. Not you, Beth.
No, get out of here. It was supposed to be RC.
Bye.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
Bye-bye.
So, left lane, are you... now he's tapped
No,
out?
I'm not.
You don't
I'm
want to
just,
take this
I'm
on
just
either?
speculating.
I wouldn't
No.
either. It'd be struggling.
Yeah, it's senseless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I can't even imagine why you brought it up in the first place. Sounds a bit bad now. I mean, we'll forget about it. Pretend it never happened.
Can I take a moment? Can I just take a moment? And now that is Gio here?
Yes.
I see Gio's here, but is Gio here?
He might not be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
I am here. I'm listening. Yeah.
I have arrived.
I just wanted to say that today has been one of the best days I've ever had on Discord.
You're so welcome, my friend.
I'm really
You're so
enjoying
welcome.
the server. Yeah, thank you, whoever. Thank you.
No problem. It's a pleasure.
All right, cool.
Awesome. Well, one thing I did is I did a little restructuring. I changed it a little bit to where I'm going to try to see if we can support more live stream hosting, because that's part of the purpose, having the live stream host role. So now that first 2 weeks have gone by, we've gotten some things established. And I'm not trying to interrupt the show here, but I'll just say real quick. So live stream 1 is now going to be the live stream hosted stream. So pretty much as possible, this one will be hosted by one of the live stream hosts. And there's also a temporary live stream host role as well. So, I can give that out for people, as well to, if we need to fill the space. And then the live stream 2 will be like a regular, open chat. So yeah, just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's what we wanted to do. I am live streaming on mine, but the idea is to try and get more people in here. I don't have many people watching, but it's, hopefully we can get some more like that. That recording that we did, I don't know whether I don't think you had any live streams running, so I'll give you that, or you can get it or whatever and put it on your server and for the debate, because it was good. It was good. McToon.
Oh, yeah, that McToon debate was awesome this morning. Awesome. Even though I got muted, but that was my own fault for not knowing in terms of what was going on. So I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
No, it was cool. The last 5 minutes of MC Tune though is gonna be gold. I can't wait to hear it back. I'm so excited for that one.
Yeah, it's kind of yeah. It's interesting. Like just since I changed the names of live stream 1 and 2, it's sort of like there's sort of a new energy. Like it's cool that Bev is hosting today, and then the MC Tune coming in. So it's cool that because that was kind of a hosted type debate. It sounds like I was signed out for that time. I'm not sure why the live streams went down. I'm still trying to troubleshoot why that's happening. Sometimes I don't know if YouTube is disconnecting them or whether the internet on the servers is dropping to do that. But when I signed back in, I noticed they were both offline. So I'm not sure why that's happening, but that wasn't intended to happen. But yeah, it's good you recorded it, Bev. And so yeah, I think it's interesting to start to do more, like structured type discussions. And I think it'd be cool to see what people think of it.
Yeah, have you been listening into the Logic thing that we've been doing?
Yeah, I've been listening all afternoon.
What do you reckon to that? The idea of the formulating the logic just to start off simple and with the basics.
I think it's great. Yeah, I think it's awesome. It's a cool, like, sort of a decentralized type concept where everybody can, it's kind of posed to everybody and then bring it to the table, and people can sort of, well, for lack of a better term, peer review, even though it's not really the type of concept, but you know what I mean? Yeah, that it can be brought to bear, and then ultimately being able to test that in reality is the ultimate next one. So if there's whatever the best ones that come out of it on whatever side may be, then to start putting those to the test, which will be very interesting. So yeah, I think it's a great exercise, and it's good to get community involved and kind of shifts it more, instead of the back and forth debate, kind of shifts it more into like problem solving and kind of bringing people together. So I like it.
Yeah, I'm liking the idea of if we can, obviously the if P then Q is the start of the arguments, and then we could do a few of them, and then it will develop. But in the end, I'm hoping to do a short 2, 3, 4 minute. The shorter, the better, really, because obviously the better the arguments are, the quicker you'll be able to get the point across. But to do short videos that we might be able to send to, I don't know.
Well, Beb,
feature them.
Beb, I don't know if you realize that during this whole conversation, no Glover was on agreement with this logical conversation. They were all fighting. Some said, I'm not going to be on this. I'm not going to do that. Coach left.
They struggle with the logic, eh?
I had no issues with it. And I'm a Glover. So.
I know. You wrote no rules. It's cool.
Well, what's cool about it is that
Moman had a good logical statement. I'm pretty sure.
No, go ahead, Gio. Shut up.
Well, I was just going to say what's cool about it is it kind of brings it, instead of, people looking things up on Google and arguing things that they can't, from some government agency that gives some data or something and trying to use that. With the logic, it brings it right down to reality, and then ultimately would be testable reality, to be able to test that as well. But the fact that it has to actually be consistent logically and then tested brings it into like straight down to reality, where you can't just, be Googling things and just reading stuff from other agencies. Like this is actually getting it down to, the nuts and bolts.
But that's where I just disagree with you, Gio, and that's my whole premise here is like why this is an incorrect way to start this is we need to actually agree upon the facts that we're going to then do logic with, the premises that we're going to build from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, what facts are you you're talking about? A fact that you haven't tested? How do you know it's a fact?
Yeah, like basic distances, for example, or are things like plumb lines parallel? Because you can't make claims about horizontal if we don't agree if plumb lines are parallel or not, measured.
Okay, KRC, can I give my logical statement then? And let's see if you can pull it apart. Okay. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Horizontal is a straight line. So if you have a vertical at each end of a straight line and it's vertical, right? Those verticals are parallel geometrically if they're perpendicular to horizontal.
Can you do that one more time, please?
That's a good start. I can see the possibilities of that. Give us a week. We'll come back.
Have a horizontal line that is straight, right? And horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Then all verticals are parallel.
Okay. How are you establishing verticals?
No, that is not what you do.
Please
talk about this state. No, you don't need to say any more, Rob. You don't need to go into it. It was good, yes. I'm saying you do not need to say any more. You've just said your logical statement. If P, then Q. That's it. We're done with it. That's all we do.
That is not
what is illogical. Okay, but what? Okay, well then correct my statement, please.
Correct your statement?
Yes. What's wrong
correct
with
my
the
logical
if P,
statement?
then Q? What's wrong with it?
How do I take an illogical statement and then make it logical?
Correct it.
Well, no, because it was already logical.
Yeah, it
was already logical. How is it not logical?
It's illogical because it's incomplete. It's illogical because it's incomplete.
Why is it incomplete, Misty?
Let you go.
Because it doesn't establish the meaning of each terms, or each of the terms, or
vertical or horizontal.
It doesn't actually stop.
Vertical and horizontal.
You don't need
He was clearly in the middle of a sentence. As I'm trying to clear the floor for him, he's interrupting me. So
I didn't interrupt anyone.
Go ahead, RC. I cleared the floor for you.
Great. If you don't establish the meaning of each of the terms, or at least ensure that the terms within there are not circular, then you do not have a logical statement.
Okay, well, I'm going to... No, wait a minute. Wait, please.
Let me respond, because that was my logical statement, right?
Yeah, I know, but he's saying the terms, right? I just want to know.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
What are the terms?
Yeah, does he need the definition?
Rob, just listen.
Yeah, what are the terms?
Of horizontal, vertical? We need to agree to those terms, right?
Rob,
what's the problem term that you're having a problem with, Meisty?
Establishing what you mean by
vertical, perpendicular. Which one do you need that we agree on? Where we're not agreeing
that he can do something with. Understand? Go ahead, Beth.
I already told you the problem is with you saying something like vertical and then making that logical statement true in reality when you have to define, here is what I mean by vertical.
Perpendicular to
you don't know
horizontal.
what vertical means? You don't know what vertical means, Meisty?
I know what it means. I'm asking how did you establish
horizontal? Do you need these words defined for you, Meisty?
You're letting RC Meisty take control of this, right? Rob, there's no need for you to do what you're doing right now. You've just made a statement. It's your baby, right? RC
Yeah,
Meisty,
and he won't tell me
yes,
where it's wrong.
Yes, RC Meisty has said you need to define the terms. Now, I'll say the terms I think he used are straight line, perpendicular, horizontal, and vertical. Now, RC.
Yeah, those are the only 4 hard words.
Yes, yes. Wait. What is wrong with them, RC?
I'll be on mute.
There's nothing wrong with the terms.
Okay, then. Well, why did you say there was something wrong with the terms?
Bev, let him finish, Bev.
Here you go. Here you go, Gio. You wanted your examples? There you
Just stop. Go ahead, RC. Once again, the floor is clear. Go ahead.
What the fuck
is the problem?
I'm moderating. What the fuck are you doing? He was in the middle of a
Good
sentence.
job,
Bev
Jeremy.
cut him off.
Good job, Jeremy.
Oh,
So-
yeah. Balls come in.
Meisty, carry on, please.
I'm trying, dude. So, the problem is establishing. Here is what I mean by vertical in real life. It's
Perpendicular to
It's not
horizontal.
just saying. Oh my gosh! It's not just
Goddamn.
saying. Here's vertical. I'm going to say the word. It's saying this is what vertical means in real life. It's so that the logical statement, because one point of
Okay.
logic is that it always has to be
Okay.
falsifiable in some real life. You just can't make up words and then make internal logic about that logic within that logical syllogism. You have to say, here's how
Okay.
you can falsify this in real
Okay,
life.
can you let me respond now? RC Meisty, when I said horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, that's all I need.
Let me
They're
tell
both
you what is
straight
the
lines.
Can I tell you why you're
I'll
wrong
tell
on
you
that
what.
one?
Let me just say this,
right,
Mikey.
go ahead.
The problem that you're having is that you're on the defense already. You're thinking ahead of the statement. That's why you're bringing something that the other person has not brought on. Right? You are on the defensive. Instead of thinking about the argument, the statement, the logical statement, you already thinking on the defense because I mean, of course, you're in a flatter.
Down the argument.
Right? You already trying to say, well, in the future he's gonna bring the ball or something.
No,
so we're
I
gonna
didn't say
establish.
No,
You don't need to say it.
How about
So
you,
silent.
RC? Why
Can
don't
I-
you
can I
take
actually
why
respond
don't
now,
you?
please?
Well, I was
So,
just
go
gonna say,
ahead.
how about you
The
form
point
a
of that
logical?
is silent. The point of it is that in any logical argument, whether you're doing ethics or science or observational things or whatever you want, you can. One of the big rules behind logic is that you cannot create internal meaning within logical syllogisms. You must establish either something in real life through example or observation, and then say, here's how I'm going to work with that within the logical operands that I'm having.
He already did
Okay.
that.
You still
Okay,
haven't
wait a
told me
minute.
that my
Wait a minute.
the
We've got a
logical
problem
statement
here.
is incorrect.
We've got a problem here because, RC, we are just talking about the logic. We are not talking about
Right.
the evidence. We are not talking about the proofs. We are not talking about validifying what we are saying. We are just formulating the beginning bit. If P, then Q. Right? That's it,
Right.
RC.
No.
Please,
That's
please
right.
stop taking it to where we are not taking it yet.
Well, and here's
RC,
just where you're
RC.
incorrect and why you can't do logic like this. Because
Here,
if
this
you,
is
let's just say if you're talking about ethics, you cannot make up a term, create logic around
Right,
it,
I'm
and then say,
going to
"Now, hey,
close
stop
this stream
flipping-
down
stop
now at the
flipping me,
minute
Bev.
because this is
Stop
absolutely
flipping me, Bev.
ridiculous. Well,
I
I'm
wanna
I'm
finish
just
my
closing my stream down. You
I
can
would
carry
like
on
to
and talk your
finish my
shite after
sentence.
this. Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks, people. We will be coming back and doing this